Hey, a new guy! Did you know we're the Phantom Thieves? Ryuji!
Let's talk about this here. Hey guys, what's going on?
So
We are here and ready, and in the game. I'm your host, a host with a most, and this is your crew. Dang Little.
hi, I'm Dang Little.
There's Dang Little. We got Schmoozy.
Hello, I'm Schmoozy.
We got Harlot Hayes. Anthony, that was your cue.
No one liked that one enough to claim it as their own.
We refused.
Good times. Well, yeah.
I was catching up on webcomics. What happened?
Don't worry about it. You're fine.
Okay.
Harlan Hayes.
Yeah. Don't worry about it, Harlot Hayes. But
Okay.
yeah. We are here. We're playing some Zelda. Maybe you heard of it. We got some things to do today. Just like last time, which is mainly just shoot the shit until we decide to go and do other plot things. Decide if we want to murder a guy before we leave or not. Things like that, as you do. Oh.
And that question's already been settled.
Yeah, and here to talk about murdering things or not murdering things, let's just go ahead and go back into the main room here.
Did you know we're the Phantom Thieves?
Thank you very much, Phoenix Drop, for the resub, and thank you, Squeaky, for the resub as well. Squeaky for the 39 months. Holy crap!
Oh my.
That's a big one. But here to tell us more about murdering some persons, how about we have... We don't have 6 people anymore, so reroll. Ronan, what happened last time?
Fuck.
It's the worst person to say what happened last time.
Ronan had a bath.
Okay, my name's Ronan. This is what happened last time in Zelda.
Go ahead, Squeaky.
Last time in Zelda, I, Ronan, went to my room. Hold on, I got fries.
Meanwhile, this time at Zelda.
Hold on. Yeah, you actually have to give me a second as I try to remember where we started off last game. We started off. Oh yes. Back at the house, still pretty late in the night. Galen and Gorthos went to take a bath. They only wanted to take a bath, but see, Oscar was in here too, and the plot shall not advance without my inclusion. Where he talks about while Galen and Gorthos are like, man, we came back to Castletown for a pit stop. There's a lot of things sure seem to be happening around us. And Oscar wanted to suggest, have you considered that you don't have to do it? No, that's a stupid idea, Oscar. And then,
Fuck up, Oscar.
And then they
Go back to Pokemon.
And then they left the baths. But before that, Gorthos was like, hey, Galen, I'm going to do something stupid tonight, but I just want to make sure it's stupid. And he's like, Galen's like, it most likely is. Well, humor me this, says Gorthos. I'm going to leave and kill Slaverman. You're right, that's stupid. Don't do that. I'm going to do it. Okay, your funeral. and then they leave the bath. And the cute puppy just floated around there and it was funny. As Polo finished her own little bath, excuse me, she was knocked on the door by Obra, who was like, hey Polo, I really appreciated that one time where you willingly came to talk to me out of your own free will, and I thought that maybe we should be pals, but gals. Pals that are gals. Gal pals.
We should be girlfriends.
We should be girlfriends. And Polo was like, what? And she was like, yeah, we can try on pretty clothes. I can braid your hair because I don't have any hair. We can try on outfits.
You can scrunch my fin.
You can
talk
braid
about
my fish.
We can talk about boys. We can eat junk food and talk about magic and here's some fire arrows. And she was like, wow, thanks. And Obera was like, I know that I'm just all out with my titties everywhere and my belly all up and, out in the world, but I'm actually very, very modest. God forbid, if you see me take a shower, I'm just going to... You ever see those memes where it's just like, take a girl swimming on the first date? That's us, Zora. So you just never see me bathe, ensure that no one ever sees me bathe. I think you'd look cute in Zora outfits. And Polo said, I guess we're friends now. And then she went to go to bed. Meanwhile, Marco and Ronan were very confused as to what they heard because that was just outside of their bedrooms, but they just let it happen. And Marco decided, you know what? It's time for my adventure. Where's my CDI disc where I gallivant around and do whatever I want? I'm going to leap out this window because I can. I have the best climbing gear in the game and I can do whatever the fuck I want. I'm going to leave. And then he did. But he didn't tell anybody. Sneaky boy. He snuck out. Sneaky boy. Meanwhile, Galen decided, I'm going to go wait for my brother to come back because I have things that I want to talk to him about. And at that point, Rock decided to come in because the plot shall not advance without her inclusion. And talked about how, man, it's really kind of weird that my dad is back. And I'm glad that there are other people that think this is weird, or else I would have gone crazy about it. And I think it has to do with the demony stuff between us, as well as the fact that not everyone went to the plaza when the Sage of Life did his dibbly-do, along with that other weird person that looked like a demon. Any names? I don't know every demon here by heart, Galen. By the way, you sure are depressed lately, aren't you? And he's like, yeah. And she's like, it's not a bad look, but it's a different one. I like when you're happy more. Bye. And then she left. And as Galen, actually no, wait. Yes. And then as Kuro walked in and said, man, I really don't like this episode of Groundhog Day where I'm told to build the same wall over and over again, to come back to work next day to find out that the wall was never built in the first place. And man, I hate this. Hi, brother. Hi, how you doing? Hi, did you want to play Scrabble? And Galen was like, no, I don't want to play Scrabble.
Oh!
I have the chieftain's hat. And Kuro was so baffled in amazement that his brother had found the Hat of Legends of the Gerudo people that he was like, do we leave tonight for the desert and head off into the sunrise? Does that mean we have to? Does that mean we have to go home? And Galen said, no, that doesn't. No. Do you want to talk to God? Because I can do that. I can talk to God so that she can give us a fucking bone about this whole becoming legendary and memorable shit. You know, that thing we don't know how to actually do. And Curl was like, you can do that? They can do that? Yeah, let's do that. And they did. They went to the backyard and they talked to the goddess of the sands, who was a snake lady, but also a regular lady, but not quite a Gerudo lady, but kind of. It was kind of cool. And they talked to her a little bit. They were like, freaking throw us a bone. What's this memorable thing going on? And she was like, fuck, don't you hate it when you establish a religion and your people twist your message and now it's completely deviated from the intended purpose? The intended purpose was not that there was only one male Gerudo. It's just supposed to be that you're awesome and you bring about great change, whether it be good or not. And then, of course, they just fucked it. You know, no one's ever truly asked that question. They usually ask for, like, how do I achieve greatness or how do I achieve power? But now you're asking the hard questions and I don't know how to answer, but at the same time I'm like, wow, you're asking the hard questions. I don't know. And at some point the mortal goddess Zelda came into play, and all composure and high and mighty hoity-toity god talk happened, and the goddess of the sands proceeded to have an anxiety attack because apparently she's the big sister of the goddess group that had to try to handle everything and be like, no, clearly this was the will of the goddesses that Zelda took on mortal form and didn't tell anybody and was yanked away from our realm, kicking and screaming for some weird reason. It was actually really terrifying and we don't understand, but neither do you, so it is the will of the gods. But it kind of sounds cool. That'd be really cool if I could do that one day, but I can't because there's none of my blood out there. And Galen and Kuro were like, but mostly Galen was like, but do you want to try? There has to be a way to do it. And the goddess of the sands explains that there is in fact a way to do it. You got to talk to the two big men, Big Mr. Sun and Big Mr. Moon. Big Mr. Sun is the one that does it, but he's kind of weird. But if you know where the temple of his is and you get a lot of dirt and a prayer, he might maybe consider giving your godliness a mortal body and form. And she was like, and if you do that, then man, I can pull you guys a freaking mulligan and be like, hey, so these two guys, specifically these two guys, one cannot function without the other. They did this. And you should remember them both for it. And as they did that 80s kid thing where they elbow one another and they're like, yo, Kuro, we found we found the key to the crypt, and they're like, hell yeah, and they jump up and high five freeze frame as they found their mission and their purpose. They're gonna make God a real girl. And then they went inside.
I was wondering how you're gonna follow that up.
And then they went inside. Where Galen had offered Kuro his bed, but didn't say where he was going to sleep. But then, because he rolled really nicely, he noticed that Marco wasn't in his bed and devised a little plan. Now, now the true Gremlin Galen restored, as he now has his purpose, and has told, "Nah, bro, do whatever the fuck you want," and decided to pull the ultimate lulz poggers prank and lock every single door and window. Because Marco's being a naughty boy and has snuck out and probably off to do something stupid. Like Gorthos said was going to do something stupid, but he doesn't know. But it's still going to be funny to hear Marco try to sneak back in the house and have him have some explaining to do. So Galen, having to be the first person to see this shit, sits down on the chair and decides to go to bed for the night. Meanwhile, Marco and Gorthos go to Hosier, where Gorthos conveniently, but not really conveniently, forgets that, why are you heading to the castle? Slaverman's not here. But did you know that Hosier is actually like related to Link, and that's kind of really weird, but also kind of cool in a way? And did you know that his brother was actually that hero courage assigned husbando waifu or something, and he's the one that blew up that Aga and Pika were talking about way back when? That was him. That was his brother. That was weird.
My god, assigned husbando died.
But as a result, As a result of getting Hosier's backstory and Gorthos being like, thank you for actually defending the tomb of the hero Link. This is actually a big deal. This dungeon that you're protecting, and we're still gonna break into it at some point. But you know what? Good job. You're doing a good job. You're making sure the wrong people don't break into it. And what is that not but an admirable thing, Hosier? You keep doing your job. Also, go the fuck to sleep. Does this smell like chloroform to you? Says Argo as as Hosier falls asleep, and Marco decides, well, this is my night, and just plops right next to him and says, I'm gonna watch the fucking fort. And before we all go to sleep, Ronan and Z practice the doot doot. And they practice the doot doot up until the night. And then morning arrived. And before morning arrived, Gorthos actually knocked on the door because now knowing that Slaverman was at the guardhouse and the guardhouse was like, I'm sorry, this is after hours. You're going to have to make an appointment and come back between the hours of 7 a.m. and 5 p.m.
You let Gorthos in. You don't look like Gorthos. Fuck.
And a lot of that, a lot of you don't look like Gorthos, as they hold a picture of a little girl and look at this grown man. And Gorthos curses the fact that he just is not a little girl at this moment and decides to go home. And then Ronan does the doot, and then we wake up. Marco eventually comes home after telling Hosier, I gave you my precious feather. It's the first treasure I ever found and my most prized possession. Please don't rip it in front of me, Hosier. It's the meaning of my trust. Please don't rip it in front of me, Hosier. And Hosier was very, very tempted to rip it. But he decided to give Marco this one. He gets one. But swear to God, Marco, I'm ripping it in front of you next time. And Marco's gonna take what he can get because he's tired and hungry. And so he goes back home. And then just in time for Polo to also have at some point woken up and decided, I'm going to give this dog everything but 10% of my vitality. And now now I can hear colors. I can see sound. I feel everything. The rain is gone. This is terrifying. And proceeds to have an anxiety attack all over the house, where now her brain, the people that live around her are categorized into eat and can't eat and fuck. But only one person's in that one.
I never said that.
Yeah, I did though.
You can say it.
I did though. And as she maintained composure, Vega burst in and said, "Hey, I smell demon in here and steak. I'm pretty hungry. This looks like a party." And then Galen said, I'm gonna go do some shopping because I told Gorthos that I want to make some bling, and Gorthos was down to clown, but I have to get some stuff from the mall. And that's where we stopped, with Galen going to the mall. That's
very true. Thank you very much, Squeaky, for your very, very spirited
and Ronan had
recap.
a bath.
Ronan did have a bath. Here you
go.
Oh
yeah, where Rock proceeded to talk to him because the plot shall not. God damn it. The plot shall not advance without her inclusion.
You're mean.
I'm sorry.
I'm taking one away.
Honestly, it's a very funny way to say it.
You made it a nice joke. I got it from Lindsay Ellis.
Lindsay Ellis.
If you take away this inspiration from me, that means you hate Lindsay Ellis.
Well, do you? Do you hate Lindsay Ellis?
You're lucky I don't hate Lindsay Ellis.
That means you agree with her getting chased off of Twitter.
Everybody
don't be one of those.
Twitter.
Don't be one of those.
But yes, thank you very much for. We're not going to talk about things.
Gotcha.
Thank you very much.
I immediately
for that. But thank you very much for showing up. You guys also noticed that Hickory Dickory and Doc got bigger. That's fun. But yes, as everybody is getting things ready for their morning, Galen had said that he would like to go and get things. We will be somewhat trying to scoot things along through the morning, if possible. So there will be a couple of things that will kind of rapid fire around as people are getting ready to go and do things. First things first is Galen.
Hi.
You said that you had wanted to make your way off to the city and do some shopping. You had
Correct.
already given me a list of things you were looking for, and I also gave I also have a couple of things that have been rolled for. So as we are going through things, let's just tackle your list first, and any things that might have changed from that, I'll let you know. But you said you wanted to find a jewel of sorts. I'm not sure if you want me to say these things out loud or not, so I'm just waiting.
No. Yeah, just
Okay.
go with vagaries. It's more fun that way.
Okay,
They
you
have
would
to
like,
wonder.
you would like to go off and get a jewel of sorts. You were able to find several of this jewel, as you were able to see that a lot of things were brought into the store since you guys have been gone. Whenever you ask the store clerk about them, he mentions that a lot of things got unloaded by the adventurers who were off with off in the out in the world. Although he can't really seem to remember exactly who those adventurers were for some reason. I don't know. But yeah, a lot of things kind of got offloaded here. You find that there are 2 different sizes of this jewel. One that is around the size you were wanting to get. That would be the smaller one, which would cost you around 200 rupees. And another one, much larger one, that seems to be about double that one's size. That would seem to cost you around 400 rupees.
Damn, that thing's almost as much as the fucking necklace I bought.
It is. They are rather large. They're rather large jewels. Were you looking for something smaller?
I'd probably go with the small. Like the quality of them isn't really different because this is going on a fucking ring.
Okay. The one that is the small one is around the size of your fist.
Yeah, okay, then yeah, I definitely the small one. That'll fit on a fucking ring.
I mean, you'll have to cut that down to probably fit in a ring, but that's fine.
That's Gorthos' problem, not mine.
Would you like to pay the 200 rupees for that, or would you like to try to do anything with that?
I mean, hey, I am, one of the champions of the king, and I could endorse your store.
This is just a general store, champion Gallon, but I'm not sure if I have the ability to bring down the price at all. One moment. Would you like to roll me for your charm, please?
And I
Go ahead, man.
perfect.
Do some flirting. Try to flirt.
I'm Gallon, and this is my favorite store.
My favorite store in Castletown.
That is a 25. Just a random 25. That's fine.
That's pretty low, honestly.
Let me go ahead and actually, I forgot to put some things here. There we go. There we go. Now we have some music. But yes, as you look over to this person, you give them a wink. You try to flaunt yourself around very slightly. Again, people are looking over at you. You know, people in this town love you. Like, especially the guards seem to really love you for some fucking reason.
I don't know. It might be because they thought I should stop at a princess abduction.
They're like, oh my god, is that Gallon? Even before you were a champion. But as you are sort of there, you sort of lean yourself onto the counter, looking back at this young man behind the counter, as he's just like, I mean, my boss did say that we should treat the champions extremely well. How about 50 off?
Perfect.
This is where we learn that Gallon's third class is dealer. No, I'm playing. But no, he seems to be like 150 for the gym. Is that fine?
Yeah. Where do you want? Just right here.
Just
there you go.
toss them there. You just toss
There
them.
you go.
Man.
There's
Whatever.
150. Take it.
As he seems to say thank you, you put some more things on the counter that you were looking around at as well. As you do find a large brazier that is here as well. That you were saying you were wanting to get for Argo.
Yeah, he asked for it.
As you were looking at it, there is one that is rather fancy, but you're not sure if that's Argo style. You find a large one, seemingly made out of petrified wood, which is pretty interesting. It seems to want to run you around 50 rupees.
Wait, and this is the fancy one that's 50?
No, this is the not fancy one.
How much is the fancy one?
The fancy one, as you look over at it, it seems to be made of gold, Again, you're not sure if it's gold or goddess metal, but most likely gold, since goddess metal is slightly like different. But as you look it over, it does seem to have places in it that appear to be like ornate in some ways, as if something is made to hold on to there. Perhaps it's gems, or perhaps it's some way to connect it to some sort of harness to like levitate in the air. Who's to say what exactly it is about? But the golden brazier seems to be running you around, making sure I am correct with this. Yes, around another 200 rupees.
Hold on though. I have goddess metal in my pocket. I can just flat up compare.
As you compare the two, you bring the goddess metal over to this, and you start to look at the things between them. You're pretty sure that your goddess metal appears to have a slightly more light tone to it. It seems to be a little bit shinier as well. This appears to be gold, and while it is rather nice looking, the goddess metal is something between, like if I were to give it like any sort of like look to your eyes, it's something between white gold and gold. It's like a shiny, like a lighter gold.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. I don't love Argo this much. All right, it's not goddess metal, so I don't love Argo this much. $50.
You hand over the 50. As you get the petrified wood, you're pretty sure this fits Argo's aesthetic a bit more anyway.
Oh yeah, but I gotta flex on my boy. We're part of we're basically a coven now.
That's very true. You are able to find a lot of other cloths and things like that you were looking for. As you are looking through them, you find several bundles have been added here since recently. You're looking through them, and you notice that several of them are quite interesting from your eyes. As the young man behind the counter comes to you, it's like, oh yes, these are also from those adventurers that seem to slip my mind slightly, but I believe that this here, as he motions over toward what you can only assume is spider silk, because as you like go to unfurl it, it seems rather soft as you look to it, and it seems rather almost see-through from looking at the cloth. It does have a color to it. It is a slightly pinkish kind of bundle. You're not entirely sure. Okay. Since that you're not entirely sure what exactly it is.
The slightly
going
see-through under's arm, perfect.
It is a pinkish red, from what you can tell. Seemingly, it seems to go rather well with your hair. It seems to be a rather much like a lighter version of like that kind of color going down. As you look through it, you do see, as you bring it over to him, this is rather expensive, champion. Are you sure this single bundle would run you, as he looks around, about 500 rupees?
Can't give me a little discount on it? I am spending quite a lot today.
You definitely are, sir. Go ahead and roll me again.
Hold on. It's a new day. Get on my side, God.
Go ahead. I forgot to give the new ones anyway. Oh, that's a regular one you're using. You
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'll take the fleeting.
Yeah, let me grab that one.
So 19 and 3, or 9 and 3, so 19 and 3 again. There
we go. You guys should have 5 fleetings left today because you're using that one. 19 and 3? Okay. I'm sorry, champion. I can't give you any discount, but he looks around the thing of cloths around. If it would please you, you could have any other 2 of these. As he motions over to the other bundles of cloth that are around, you notice that there are some nice cloths in several bundles off to the side of almost any different kind of color you would imagine. You've already seen these before coming into the shop before. These aren't anything fancy. There is one other fancy one as well, if you want to look over it or ask about it, but he is offering you two of the non-fancy ones as well if you'd like to spend the 500.
Yeah.
So we're gonna put you down for the reddish pinkish spider silk and two other bundles of cloth.
Yeah.
What colors are you getting?
So I guess some like nice colors. Let's get some like blacks and blues.
Okay. They do some of them appear to have like some patterns among them, and some of them are just kind of plain. We'll just say whichever one you go with is whatever at that point. But you do gain the extremely nice looking silky cloth. As you look at it and as you are giving the rupees for it, you kind of stretch it slightly to see how well it is. It seems rather durable. You're decently sure that if adventurers have brought this in, that was from some kind of a monster. You're not sure what though.
Well, I'm sure somebody else can figure that out.
There is one other cloth here that is of some kind of value as you look to it. It appears to be very similar to the cloth that is making up your cape. It seems to be a bundle of dark blue color, but it seems to have a shimmering silver among it.
How much is this?
Oh, that one, we actually hadn't settled on a price with that one yet. Last time that I was speaking to my owner, he was telling me somewhere between 300 and 500.
Alright, you really shouldn't refer to somebody as your owner for starters.
No, the owner of the business, my bad. Sorry. We shouldn't say those things, especially because of recent things that have happened here. Only a week ago, because I'm one of those people who have had their brains messed with.
Fucking Christ.
I could, if you have interest in it, I could try to. I would be able to let it go at the lowest price he told me.
I'll keep it in mind. Is there anything else around here?
You're not able to find the other thing you're looking for in the general store, but you do know a place you can find that. But other than that, you look around the area, and something else does catch your eye. I rolled for a couple of things, and a couple of things are here. You find as you look around the area, what appears to be a nice set of what you can only assume is some kind of a God, what is it called? The little thing that you some kind of a riding harness. As you look to it, it seems to be of a black leather. However, as you see it yourself, you note that there appears to be a slight twinge of magic about it. And the final thing you see here, if you want to not ask more about that, you can. As you kind of like started praising that and looking over it like, oh, there's some sort of magic about that thing, you kind of like look over and you notice what appears to be a big-ass wallet.
Much as the big-ass wallet.
You look over at the big-ass wallet. As you see this big-ass wallet, you see that it is larger than the one you hold. And from what you can tell, as you ask the young man behind the counter, oh, this is a Bigorum wallet. It's one that was sold to us by a Gorum merchant a little bit ago. I believe it is said to hold around 2,000 rupees.
I think. How much would you let it go for?
He looks around as he does. It seems that the ledger says that would have to go around 600 rupees.
I mean, really? 600? Who's gonna have the rupees to carry that and use it after spending that much anyway?
That's just what my owner told me to say, sir. I'm very sorry.
You keep saying it like that.
I would love to give you everything in the store, sir. You're so pretty. I mean, you're so honorable.
Too rich for my blood. I'll take the bolt. Here's 300 more.
You take the other thing of fabric.
Yep.
Okay, so you take the dark blue fabric with the silvery shimmer to it. As you obtain all of those things, you look back at the harness as well as the wallet, and you're like, maybe one day I'll grab that fucking wallet.
Harness is weird. Wallet, I'll just tell somebody else about it. Everybody else is loaded too.
You guys also have a lot of other things you could potentially sell to maybe get some rupees as well.
Yeah.
But yeah, would you like to try to just go and get that final thing that you have?
Correct.
You make your way around, and as you do, the first thing you do stop at is you do stop at the inn because you know that there are people there you can ask for fancy food from, especially a certain person who works here.
Oh, also, let me just.
Let you just. Let you just.
There we go. No, fell.
What are you doing?
There we go. No, fell. There we go.
There. using a fake card.
Anarchy. Let's go.
All right, give me
It's been
one
so
Momo.
long.
Give me one Momo to get this poison out of a bag because I'm pretty sure she's in a bag. Either that or she's over here. She might actually just be over here. She is. Okay, there's Ra. Okay, cool. But yes, as you are going there, some sort of strange happenstance happens, and the times of fate, blah blah blah. Go ahead and shuffle up a d12, and I will shuffle up this thing as soon as I open it. Where are you at, you fucker? Where's the Zelda one? Okay, I can't find the Zelda one for some reason, and it should be here. You might have to tell me if I roll something you've already got.
Okay.
That way we can just kind of speed this along. All right.
Yeah,
I have
okay.
the regular one that I've used for basically universally all three of the games now. So go ahead. I'm shuffling it out.
And stop.
I've stopped. What'd you get?
1.
You just got a fucking 1.
Correct.
Alrighty. So these have different names from the ones that we've had in Zelda recently. So I'm pretty sure you've already gotten this one because this one is just money.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, at the start of the game.
Okay, yeah, let me roll this one.
Yeah, the backstory section. I got the one that was just money. I stubbed my foot on it.
I'm very sorry. Rolling again. Tell me when.
Stop.
Okay. All right. No, you've already got this one too, because that's when you fucking went to fight fucking the Hydra.
Baba
Yeah,
Hydra.
You had gotten gems, skulls, knight. I think that was literally it.
Gem Skulls Knight. Have you gotten? You had the other one that caused something to fight you as well, right?
Yeah. I've been we early in the game. I was just jumped by monsters.
Okay.
That was when Marco jumped off the building and died.
Okay.
All right, I got eaten by a Deku Baba.
I'm very sorry. I don't know where the one that's just for Zelda is right now.
No, you're fine. I remember just about all of them.
Okay, good.
That
Let
I've
me
gotten.
roll one more time then. Tell me when.
Stop.
Okay. I'm pretty sure you haven't gotten this one. All right.
Is it fake money? I know I've gotten fake money too.
It's not fake money.
Okay, I got fake money too.
It's not fake money. It's not fake money.
That's where my box full of goddess metal came from, or rather, the box for the goddess metal.
All right. You have obtained the priestess, which again, these are renamed since the last time you've gotten the stuff. The priestess is a card you can that allows you to ask a question in mediation and mentally receive a truthful answer to that question. Basically, you can ask something of a character that is in front of you, and you can guarantee a truthful answer from them. Besides information, you can also have this answer aid you in solving some sort of a puzzle, as well as you can have the answer to a troubling situation. The knowledge comes with it, so the wisdom on how to apply it comes with the question as well.
Perfect.
Let me go ahead and copy that over. We recently had a really good use of this. over in the Sunday game. Copy. Where's your heckin' card at? There it is. I found it. It's on top of your face.
Yellen's just walking down the street and a card falls from the sky. Crashes him.
Just beams you in the head.
Fucking ow.
Hey, a new guy.
Listen, it's been so long since we rolled one of these.
Oh,
I was
definitely.
feeling withdrawal.
I think this is literally the first one since the new names have taken place.
Hmm.
There you go. I will
Perfect.
change it. I'll just change its color really quick. That way it'll. Bah, there you go. Now it should be unique-isk to you, or not. I mean, honestly, it doesn't seem to have changed any fucking thing. Oh, it didn't change at all because I'm a dumbass.
Good job.
Go me.
Here, we'll just leave it down here with the
There you go.
blessings.
But yeah, you have the priestess. You can ask a question and immediately receive a truthful answer to that question.
Yeah.
So you can either use it to just be like, "Oh, fucking whatever force around me, help me with this puzzle," or, "Hey, Koro, what did you fucking say? And be sure to tell me the truth."
Arma, tell me your secrets.
Tell me your secrets, Arma. I need to know. I'm ticklish. I'm sorry. Anyway, but you make your way in. As you do, you find that that behind the counter, unusually, you find that Ra is behind the counter. As you come in, she goes, "Oh, brother!
Sister!
Oh, what about time you've shown back up here?" She gets rid of whatever she was doing behind the counter, as it just leaves a dude at the counter like, "Hey, I was getting breakfast." She runs up and gives you a hug.
Hugs back.
"Oh, you should have told me you were back in town."
That happened unexpectedly.
"Well, what can I do for you?"
Oh, I was looking to shop.
"Are you looking to shop? I mean, you already have a place of your own, don't you? I don't think you need an inn room at this moment."
No, I just motions toward the kitchen.
"Oh, you want something to eat? Of course. What can I make for you?"
I was hoping for a cake to go.
"A cake to go? Well, I do have something back there. I was going to bring it up to the castle, but a lot of my exports to the castle have been shipped back to me recently." She looks back and then looks to you. "You know what? I have just the thing for you."
Oh, perfect.
She
You're
starts
the best.
she starts walking away. "And don't you dare think about paying me."
Don't worry, I spent all my money before I got here.
Good. As you see that
As he just looks in his wallet and he starts putting all the rupees back in the wallet, like, all right, don't need these.
"Don't you fucking dare think about paying me."
Oh no, I dropped the
fucking
blue
kill
rupee
you.
on the floor. Oh no, I dropped this gold rupee on the floor. Oh no, I'm so klutzy.
You know that she is someone who makes things for the castle usually. So her things are of high demand. But apparently she's not been getting a lot of work from over there. That's weird. You see her disappear behind the doorway. As you do, the guy at the counter is just like, "I'll just help myself to the pancakes, I guess." I guess guy makes his way over to the side. As it takes a little bit of time for her to come back. She comes back with what appears to be a triple layer cake. The different layers seem to be of like a strange kind of sugary frosting on each. One appears to be a red frosting, the other appears to be a green frosting, and finally a blue frosting at the top.
Oh man.
As you look at the frostings as well, you notice that there is an etching of different symbols along each of the layers of frosting. As she hands it over towards you, she looks to you. "This one was supposed to make its way to the castle, but they refused to take it for some reason."
Is this a goddess cake?
"Oh no, this is just something the king had me. The king was telling me to whip up for him. It took a little while for me to get practice on actually getting the symbols correct, but supposedly he calls it She looks over to the little thing along the bottom of the base of the cake. Unity or something? Either way." As you look over to it, you do notice two of the symbols that are on it. as you see the symbols that were on the 2 gems that you have in your basement.
Oh, treasure cake.
Along the green side and along the blue side. But the red side seems to have a completely different symbol, which whenever you look to it, you're like, oh, I think I've seen that before, as you think back to the Triforce that you first have found.
Everything's fine. Everything's fine.
As she brings it back over to you. And again, completely free of charge. I'll have to make a new one for them anyway.
Can't say no to that, can I?
Will this be enough for what you needed?
More than enough.
Well, if you guys never need anything else, let me know. How long have you been back?
A day?
I guess I can't get on you too hard then.
Listen, I came as soon as I could.
I'm sure you did. And it had nothing to do with the fact that there was a large performance last night over by the center of town that I definitely didn't see you all at. She starts walking away.
Listen, that was Ronan's idea, not mine. I was busy dealing with problems.
Of course, brother.
Sorry.
Problems that make you so busy for your sister.
Here.
She just sort of gets behind the counter again, looks back over to you, and just gives a slight wink, and then calls the guy back over. Are you gonna buy something or what? As the guy shuffles his way back over, like, all right, I was here the whole time.
Yes, I'll take the cake and go.
As you get that, you start making your way back home.
Yep.
You find yourself back at your home. While you were there, again trying to get some things of the morning a little bit streamlined. We will go to everybody and see what is going down. I know that Ronan, you were going to see if anybody else wanted to join you for your trip. Is that right?
I believe he wanted to go and try to learn that thing from Pika.
Oh, you wanted to do more training?
Yeah, at least for right now.
You could definitely go and do that. It is going to be very early, but again, if Pika truly can fucking see the future, then she's probably fine.
She probably went to bed a little early. It's fine.
You want to bring Z with you?
Sure.
Flutter, 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 flutter. Bloop.
Is this fleeting from today? Or on my side of the table? I don't remember. I didn't see it get put there.
You used fleeting last game. Wait. No. That was Marco.
Yeah, the only ones today is Gallon and Marco.
You were going to use fleetings though, but I don't think you used them. But you had brought them to your table by the time you had saw all the fleeting.
Okay.
But yeah, the only people that have one today are Gallon and Marco.
Gotcha.
But yes, you want to make your way off toward Pika. You're just like, I'm gonna be over here for a guy's bar. As you make your way away, heading over toward where Aga and Pika are, you do find that the doorway is once again open. Upon you getting there, but that you're not sure if that's because of you getting there early or if it's because they've just lazily not put it back up since yesterday.
They got up early to wipe all this graffiti off of their house.
People just loved your frog. What can I say? As you make your way there, you head up the ladder to head up to the larger parts of the place. As you do, you don't find the sight that you were expecting to see. You do see up above what appears to be both of the doors leading to Aga and Pika's rooms closed, and you see Clarity sleeping on the couch outside.
Oh.
As she's just laying there, you note that that she seems to be looking a bit better than she did whenever you guys were traveling with her. It seems as if she has taken different amounts of care of herself. She's wearing a new robe that isn't. She's wearing a new robe that doesn't have crusted blood on it, which is good.
It's a step up.
And you see that there has been some attempt at taming her hair that still seems to be slightly very messy, but you're not sure if it's because of just her natural hair or because she's sleeping at the moment. You're not entirely sure about that. She seems to be sleeping rather soundly. As you get up there, you don't see any reaction from either of the doors.
Well, hey,
You want to make your way over to the couch?
yeah,
Hello.
hello,
Hello.
it's me, Ronan.
Ronan. Oh, Ronan. She goes to sit up. Sorry. How are you?
I'm doing fine. How are you?
I'm managing.
That's good. I'm glad to hear it.
I'm glad you're able to be civil somewhat. I thought that you would not want to. What do you need?
I'm looking for Pika. Is she like awake, or should I come back like another time?
I don't really know if she's awake or not. I stumbled my way in here. They both said that I could stay wherever I wanted, but I wanted to have a bit of space to myself, so I just stayed in here. She looks over toward both Aga and Pika's rooms. They haven't came out, I don't think, this morning. I'm a bit of a light sleeper, so I would have noticed, she says, as she didn't notice your large form climbing up a ladder.
Well, I guess I should go knock then. Or would that be rude? I don't know. I just kind of walked in. There wasn't a door.
I don't think
So
it
I
would
feel
be.
like-
I don't think it would be that rude. You're in some sort of relationship with that woman, right?
No.
Oh, you're not?
No.
Perhaps it would be rather odd you coming and speaking to her too early in the morning. Would you like me to check on her for you?
Yeah, sure.
She.
If it's too late, if it's too early, I can come back another time. I just,
No, I don't think it should be that bad. One moment. Let me see if she's awake. She
time is soup for me now.
She starts moving over to Aga's door, then stumbles back and moves back over. You notice that she does not seem to be a morning person at all.
I see.
She is very half asleep, making her way over. She goes to knock on Pika's door. She misses the first time, and then she does get a knock going, and she's just like, "Excuse me, Miss Pika. Excuse me." She opens up the door. It's like, "Excuse me." As she looks
Flops
in,
on the bed. Excuse me.
she looks in. As she does, she goes back to you. That's odd, Ronan.
What?
She appears to be asleep, but there's something else in there.
Huh? Like what?
She left a note, I believe, for you.
Oh. Yeah, that tracks.
She's weird. You should probably. She motions to the door.
Oh, you didn't bring it. Okay, I guess
No,
I'll.
it's in a rather. Don't worry about it. You'll see.
What?
You make your way to the door.
Yeah.
You make your way to the door. As you do look in. You see what appears to be Pika sleeping, as she is laying on her bed in a rather a lot more of a comfortable maiden-like sleep than you saw Clarity at before. As you look to her, even now while she's asleep, not a single hair seems out of place. But that's not what immediately draws your attention. As you see, just over top of her, what appears to be a wooden sign hanging from atop of her ceiling. As you see this sign hanging there, it just says, "Ronan, wake me up."
All
my.
right. Not, I can't say I was expecting that. All right. I guess I'll just go over and like lightly nudge.
You go over to lightly nudge. As you do, you find that as you are nudging, there is a slight resistance from the nudge as she looks up to you. Your slight nudges, you're a large Zora boy. Your slight nudges are a little bit larger than you can help. As she does seem to like have her eye open slightly to you as she looks up at you. It's like, oh, good morning, Ronan. Did you get my message?
Looks up at the huge sign. Yeah, I got the message.
That's wonderful.
I'm honestly really starting to feel like this maybe could be done later, and I should leave.
Oh
But
no, don't do that. I just didn't notice until late last night. As she goes for a yawn, you see her stretch and sit up, looking over to you. I just didn't notice that you were coming until late last night. That's my bad. I don't usually get any preparations for seeing into the days ahead until the night before, or if I'm really going for it, I can see a couple of nights before, I suppose. But last night, whenever I looked in, I'm like, oh, Ronan's coming to see me. Oh, he's coming to see me in the morning. Oh, I'm not going to have enough sleep.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, it's perfectly fine. It's my fault for staying up as late as I did, but those two were just so entertaining.
Oh yeah, you guys are getting along with
Clarity?
Yes, that's it. Right.
I don't know if getting along is a correct term. She seems extremely guarded, and I can sort of see why, though I believe that she's trying to hide it from Aga. How do I put it? As she says this, she goes to stretch again, and you see her flick her wrist very slightly as the door slams behind you. That's how I can put it. I can just say it. I'm pretty sure that she thinks that Aga is going to kill her.
Oh my gosh, why?
From what I can tell from it, it seems that she thinks that someone that she may have killed looks a lot like Aga. Ronan, it is whenever you hear that, you hear the things that were coming from the room the day before whenever Gallon was leaving her there. Like, Gallon, you don't understand. Gallon!
Huh.
I don't think Aga knows yet. And I'm not entirely sure if it is someone who is anything to do with her, but it seems that she thinks that they look similar, at the very least.
Well, that's concerning.
It's actually rather sad. I haven't seen Aga show interest in someone other than Gallon in quite a while.
Really? I thought you two were like cross his fingers.
What do you mean?
Like super close.
Oh, of course us. We've known each other a long time. Though she doesn't like to admit it, I guess. Especially recently, ever since what happened with Domrin, she's taken it, I believe, just as hard as I have. She just doesn't like showing it as much. I'm a little bit more, I guess, outwardly emotional, and she's a lot more inwardly emotional.
Bottles it up.
I hope that she's able to work through as much as she does, but she has been very distant with me lately. I'm thinking because of it. Though, it seems as if yesterday she seemed to chipper up a bit after Gallon left. I don't know what they talked about, but maybe she was able to finally let a little bit of that out.
Well, that's good.
It more and more makes me understand why the two of you were connected with us, I think. Why the connection is as strange as it is. It does seem as if it does have a couple of perks to it.
Yeah,
I'm not saying that I enjoy it, and I'm not saying that it isn't strange. I know that we both have problems with it, Ronan. But having someone that I feel really close to is very good in this situation. I think back to how I would feel right now if you weren't around and I didn't feel as close to you as I do. I wouldn't even have Aga to fall back on, and, well, that would have led me to probably making my way back to that place a lot sooner than I am. I think similar to her, if she didn't have someone to talk to about this, she wouldn't trust anyone ever again, you know? I'm not
well,
saying it's a great thing, obviously, but I am saying that there are some perks.
that's fair. Hopefully, when we get it solved, things can we can be just as close as we are, except with without all the weird stuff.
I think that that'd be something that I would like as well. I don't know what I would do without you guys around. You guys are fun.
So are you. I did also just finish up the that song to go over to Zora's domain, which I think is where the thing that Aga mentioned was. That'll help fix it. So that'll be cool to do.
And that's wonderful.
Hopefully
You're
soon.
talking about the heart, right?
Yeah, the fairy heart thing.
So when are we leaving?
I mean, I could take us. I don't know. That might turn into a whole ordeal. We can maybe poke our heads in and see if, like, just kind of scout around about it. Maybe not. Maybe we'll find it immediately, but if we don't, then we can at least get some info on it. Maybe.
She starts, like, thinking to herself. Maybe it would turn into something rather large. You might want to think about bringing your friends with you then, if that's the case.
Yeah, probably.
Though I don't think that Aga would have told you to go over there if there was a lot of danger to be had. That being said, you do have some dangerous opponents in the Zora, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, sure do.
Would you like me to do a reading for you?
You can do that. Oh, yeah, you do it all the time. Sure.
I can't get anything concrete about things like that, especially at this time of day, but I can see if there's any danger in your future. Well, obviously there's going to be danger in your future, but your immediate future.
Yeah, with like, can you look Zora's domain specifically?
I don't know if I can look Zora's domain in particular, but I can look for you in particular.
Okay, well, I guess that helps too.
And of course, these aren't incredibly concrete. There is still the chance that you wouldn't have shown up here this morning after all. You are somebody who is slightly outside of my usual range of being able to tell things with. But we'll have to see. As she gets off of her bed, once again, as you look, she seems to be completely, like, she does not look like she just crawled out of fucking bed. Clarity's just over there fucking like blah. It's just like, she's like, oh no, I'm a freaking humongous morning person, let's go. As Pika gets up, she makes her way over toward her window that has those that has the different things hanging from them from the side. She flicks her hands a little bit over these strange little rocks that seem to be suspended from there, as you notice a bit of a cling of a musical tone coming from them. As she does, would you like to join me in song?
Oh, sure. He'll pull out his violin.
You too, Z. I don't know if I should.
Ah, come on, it'll be fun.
Okay. As the three of you sit there for a moment, you see that she doesn't necessarily play a song as much as she goes into a jam session. As
Ooh.
you watch her, you feel that whenever she is letting off her voice and moving around very slightly along the area, You notice that whenever you sing, whenever Z sings, or whenever you play your music, she seems to change up her tone very much to match the two of you. Even though the three of you have not done any sort of work along this at all, and the sound that she seems to be making is completely different. You feel that because of her prowess as a minstrel, as an oracle, that she's able to create something very nice out of it. From this bit of a jam session of hers, you find that there is a bit of magic along the air, something that you normally would only have felt back whenever you were in like the Temple of Time, or very similar to that. This strange, almost holy presence around you. As this goes through, you see that she seems to fall down to her knees, not like in a sudden anything. She seems to mostly like kind of whip herself around in that position as she places her hands onto the floor, the dress behind her sort of like flowing down and her hair catching up. She stays there for a moment, just letting off a slight hum. As you and Z seem to take it as a cue to stop, she waits there patiently for a moment before looking over to you. Your hand, Ronan?
Oh, and he'll put it forward.
She takes her hand, your hand in hers, and she begins to trace around it before clenching your hand down into a fist. You feel that when she clenches your hand into a fist, you almost just want to open it immediately. As she clenches it down, as soon as she lets go, your hand goes back to forming off into a open palm once again. Do you let it, or do you do anything?
I don't know what to do.
It's up to you.
Ronan says that.
She clenches the hand into a fist again, and again you just feel that feeling that your hand wants to return to rest. Do you allow it to, or do you clench your fist?
I'll keep it clenched. It seems like she wants me to do that.
You keep your fist clenched. As you do, she seems to sit there for a moment. She brings her hand up to yours and places it over your clenched fist before opening her eyes and looking up to you. I believe you'll be fine. I don't sense any immediate dangers in your future, though it does seem as if you're ready for danger if it does appear before you. Is that consideration, or is that something you're looking for?
Danger? I don't want danger.
So we'll call it consideration for now. Is that fine?
Sure.
Are you worried something's going to be wrong when you return?
I mean, I was worried that the king might have people there that would see me and try to murder me and my friends.
You don't have anyone back there who you can trust?
I mean, a lot of the people that I trust from there are here right now. I mean, there are probably some there that I could.
Well, if you find that everyone that you can trust is here, then you should bring them with you.
Okay. He'll let his hand go, I guess.
As you release your hand from where she is holding it over your knuckles, she seems to sit back a little bit as well. I'm sorry, these are rather weird, aren't they?
Yeah, it seemed like stuff that I kind of already was thinking about.
A lot of the future for you depends entirely on you. If you think that there's someone there who is going to try to fight you, you are ready to retaliate, I can see. But it's up to you whether you do or not. Without those who are really out there to get you, do you want to retaliate against those who are loyal to them? What would you do if someone did try to attack you? Would you try to talk your way through it? Would you try to end things very quickly so that they wouldn't hurt themselves or anyone else? How would you go about protecting yourself if you were in that situation?
I mean, I would probably try to talk them out of it first. But if I couldn't... He just kind of trails off. I don't want to hurt anybody there.
Then don't. I'm sure that you can make your way through it. Especially if you have enough preparation. Like I said, if you'd like me to, I can come with you. I know the song as well.
Might be helpful for whenever we do that. I don't know when we're gonna.
Just let me
Like I
know, and I
said.
can bring quite a number of people with me as well.
I'll do that.
And if you do have people who belong there, I can help them in getting back.
Right. But right, yeah. I just remembered. Aside from all of the worrisome stuff that is, I was wondering. He kind of holds up his violin.
The
if
song?
you wanted, yeah.
I had actually thought of a couple of things that we can do with it if you'd like to hear, though I'd like to hear what you think that you might want from it as well.
Yeah, we can workshop it. You first. And he'll like just wait. I'll wait with bated breath to hear the stuffs.
Well, we could always make a song that is useful to you, perhaps to return you to a point that you remember, somewhere that you feel that you'd like to return to at some point. And similar to how the other songs have been going that you've learned recently, the ones that would take you to either the places to the south, to the north, to the forest, things like that. If you'd like to have some sort of a transportation song like that, we can mess around with it. Though, I believe that something a little more utility-focused might be good for you. The song itself doesn't have to be incredibly long, but especially after what I just saw from you, perhaps it may not be very useful to us immediately, but something to try to get your point across a little bit more might be fun.
Oh. What? Okay.
Maybe some sort of a song to help those around you understand. What do you mean understand?
Yeah, what he said.
I mean, if you are truly not wishing to do any harm, perhaps a song that would help you give off that emotion. Allow you to reach more people. So that they would know.
I like that. I think that's a good one.
I can't guarantee it's something we can do, but all of these songs start off with an idea. You have an oracle in front of you, and you are a fantastic minstrel. I think that we can make something pretty grand. I've heard that there are songs out there that can even call forth storms and the sun itself. So I'm pretty sure that something like this will be within its limitations.
Yeah, let's go for that.
Do you have any ideas? A song does not have to be limited to one different thing. In fact, usually it has two things listed on its card.
Oh. I mean, something that could maybe help my friends in a pinch, maybe make them a little more like powerful if it need be. Something along those lines, something to help out, really.
Those two sentiments might be a little bit counterproductive to each other. it's gonna be hard to tell too many different variations of things in one song. If one song is, let's say, something peaceful or something to set forth your own emotions, then having another be focused toward some sort of battle might be different entirely.
Yeah, that's fair.
I do like the idea of protection, though. Maybe you would be able to use some sort of feelings of camaraderie or protection among your friends. Maybe that would count along peace in some way.
Oh, I like that. I like the sound of this. Okay.
She starts, like, tilting her head back and forth. Something to send forth your emotion. Something to help you let people know that you're not willing to fight or be scary to them. And something that can protect your friends and those around you. What would you call such a song?
Oh,
We can workshop it, obviously.
trying to think of music names out of character because I don't know many.
It's perfectly fine. Like I said, we can workshop it.
We'll workshop that part.
I think we can do it.
Has his violin out, ready to play.
As you bring your violin out, you notice that she starts to let off another very light set of vocals with it as she starts to stand up herself. It's very similar to the song that you guys had played the other night, but now that you guys both know the kind of vibe, the kind of feeling you're wanting to set forth with it, there is a much less rambunctious feel to it, and a much more just kind of ballady tone to it, as you are letting forth just these peaceful tones, with Z letting in a little bit of their own voice along it behind you. As you guys do this, go ahead and give me a roll for your freaking I almost said diplomacy, for your diligence, my dude.
Let's heckin' do it. I'm gonna heckin' throw in a goddess point. Two. You know what? Two. Let's fucking go, boys. Yeah.
This is why we have goddess points.
That's true. I don't like it.
This is why we have goddess points.
Come on. Come on.
This is why Eggy gave you a fleeting.
Thank you. I am not doing very well. No! Stop it! If I used a fake card to get more goddess points right now, could I use all of them?
We've not had that come up. I would say I'll let you use 2.
Okay, I will use it.
Before we
fake card.
commit to that, would you like to roll me one more time for Frozen Flame?
Okay, cool.
Because I'm feeling
Thank
nice.
you.
That's better.
That's a 13. Do you want to do that?
I still want to do the thing though.
All right.
I still want to.
We will use your destiny token. We will get you 4 more. And by 4, I mean 2, because you're going to use 2.
Okay. All right.
14.
Technically better, but Ronan.
Other 14. Eggy gave you 1 more.
Y'all are really coming in close here. except for that one.
Damn, sucks to suck.
I mean,
Yikes.
here's the thing. 14 is not bad.
I got it. It's total of 18.
Yeah, you got 18 there. That's not bad at all. I just think that at least you got all your bad rolls out of the way, my dude.
Sure, that's how it works.
You gave them to the dice gods.
That's how the universe works.
But no, dude, 18 is really good. As you guys play through, you do feel that that you are starting to get the understanding of what this song is going to eventually become. As you go through and make these changes to everything and start to feel more of a emotional connection to the song, you do feel that you can practice this song alone, you feel that you'll get a lot more out of it practicing with Pika and Z.
Okay.
But this is something you do feel as if you could practice alone. And by that, I mean, I can give you about a quarter of what you roll whenever you're doing it alone.
Oh, geez.
But when you're with
Okay.
Z and when you're with Z and when you're with Pika, or you're just with one or the other, let's say if you're with one of them, I'll give you half. If you're with both of them, I'll give you the full roll.
Okay.
Ba-ba-ba. With that being said, you guys take a little bit of time to do that. As you do, Z does seem to float out a little bit, having sung their little lungs out.
Yeah, I was about to ask, what instrument are you playing? But no, you're singing. Okay.
Yeah, Z does a little singing. As again, like as Z's singing,
Need a
you do see
kazoo.
that Pika like does mixtures of dances and sings, but she mostly dances.
Hmm.
As you guys continue with that, you get to the point where a couple of hours has passed, where Z just sort of floats down on top of you. I think that might be enough for right now.
Yeah, I think that's fair. You all right there, bud? Like looks up on his head.
I'm doing pretty good.
You did great.
You are doing rather well for just having started doing this, Z. Are you sure it's not just the fact that we all got some sort of magical power-up? I'm sure that might have something to do with that. I don't know, though.
I'm sure you'd be just as good without it.
Just flops on you. Upon getting flopped on, you do feel. I'm gonna make sure that I was. Yeah,
Inexplicably rejuvenated.
I did do a thing, but I will get to that in a moment. As you are done with that, if you are planning on going today, just be sure to let me know. All right, I'll be ready to go whenever you need to.
Okay, cool.
But I would
I
talk
kinda-
to your friends and see who wants to go, especially
Oh, for
those who you
sure.
think might aid you when you go back. Those who you trust from back where you were.
I get the feeling it probably won't be today, but I'll keep you informed.
Then I'll do with the rest of the day how I usually deal with the day.
Alrighty. And yeah, well, after exchanging some pleasantries and goodbyes and whatnot, he would take off shortly.
Okay, you make your way away. You find that Clarity is sleeping on the couch once again. Whenever you go to leave,
Just like kind of like tippy toes back.
you sort of like tippy toe back. You get over to the ladder as you do, like kind of clang a little bit down, going down. But again, she does not look as if she wakes up at all. Such a light fucking sleeper. Anyway, so just like Gallon, you will be making your way back to the group once again.
Yep.
Polo, you have been mostly trying to get a hold of everything, trying to get over your sensory overload at the time, right?
Mhm. Yeah.
As you were sitting out in the garden, you were looking around at different things. You will notice, by the way, because we haven't talked about this recently, that the garden itself, I'm going to have to delete some things, does seem to have been increased very slightly. As you feel that the area off just beside of you, I'm just gonna reset because I feel like that's gonna be hard to overdo. just gonna reverse time really quick. There we go, it's back. I reversed time. Leave me alone. You do feel as if you have another couple of slots for growing things out here.
Oh boy, hold on, I can do this.
Go ahead, I'll let you do it.
New plantage.
Perfect. Look at you.
Done. Blech.
Perfect. You find that there are another 2 spots for growing things, making 5 spots in total for the area that you're in right now.
Huh.
As you have kind of looked around at that for a bit. How much are you going to be trying to get used to things out here? How much are you going to be trying to kind of get your meditate on?
For this little portion of the day, probably for a bit, but now that she's noticed that, like, things are growing. You can put more growy things. We've got orang, we've got carrot, we've got banana.
I love how you
we've
pick
got,
up carrot and say orang.
They're both
Oring.
They're both orang. We got greps. We got these boyos, and we got bananas. So we still got, and one of them's making regular vines, and the other one's making fruity vines. We need to plant something while we've got the chance.
Do you guys have
Fucking-
anything in your actual thing back now?
We do. We have a lemon. We have this wild berry here for some reason.
Put it over there for some reason. It's fine.
Yeah. Yeah, we might, plant a lemon and a wild berry.
You can definitely do so. You do find that upon planting both of these, there is still room for one more thing to be planted.
My garden is gonna bring all the Sheikah to the yard, and I'm gonna tell them to fuck off.
And they're like, gonna fuck off. You just see as you like are getting fruit together, you just see Nimbus like looking through the doorway as you're like going, just staring. Like,
Does she notice him looking at the doorway?
you look over at the doorway. You do see just like you see like the tips of the platinum blonde / white hair sticking out from the door.
Do you wish to sample some of the fruit from the garden, Mr. Nimbus?
I would not like to impose. Sorry, I know that you wanted to be alone.
It's quite all right. My senses say that you're more a danger than I am, so I think it's a little bit easier to maintain composure with that in mind.
If you would not mind me coming out then.
Just be mindful of, the bobbers.
You see that he does step out. As he does, you do see that Hickory, Dickory, and Doc looking over to him. They act slightly different than how you would expect some things to act around things. Most of the time, Hickory, Dickory, and Doc are kind of nice when it comes to people coming out. They do seem to somewhat kind of hiss over toward Nimbus in a way that you actually kind of understand now. As again, you look over at Nimbus and you do sense just again that kind of threatening aura about him.
Ah, I see. Then it isn't just me, then. It is, I guess, anything with the malice. I have been, learning bit by bit as I've been in this state, and coming up with a couple of theories. This is just one that helps better understand it. But please, you can help yourself to any of the fruit here.
You see him looking around everything. You see him passing by Hickory, Dickory, and Doc. They don't attack him, which is good. But he does go over straight to the bananas. As he seems to take one, he looks back over to you and he sort of sits down over by where the bananas are.
You Sheikah are rather fond of bananas.
I believe it is apples and bananas that are mostly what we seem to export from Kakariko. Though I don't think that most of them even come out of the city.
And why? You can't help yourselves?
We treat that which is given to us by the bounty of the mortal goddess very well. Though most of us are not meant to be farmers or the like, we do our best in those scenarios. We have several people who live in Kakariko who are not Sheikah at all, but they are just very adept farmers and adept people who not only make sure that we have a nice export to bring to the city, but also they make sure that a lot of us don't just go overboard, I think. I only say this to you because you have been around us quite a bit. I believe that if you were to have told people of our weakness, it would have been a long time ago.
I had noted that
Jasna did love to collect fruit and hoarded quite a bit of it in her room. And
Jasna knows the value of such things. A lot of us
And-
don't have the kind of fortitude that I believe she has.
Mm. And then Miss Kira is very fond of fruit herself. It is a rather interesting trait, having a love of fruit.
I don't quite understand it. I never did whenever I was younger either. I used to pretend it didn't bother me at all.
Does it bother you?
Bother is a hard term, but I think that there were a couple of things Jasna was right about me with. Whenever we were growing up, I did try my best to be useful. Her family took care of me in somewhat of an extent. They were able to get me food, and Jasna would bring that over to me personally. That's why I always assumed that we were friends, to be honest. But it seems that Jasna, to her, I was a bit of a burden. Her family seemed to think that I was much more adept than she could ever be. As if I was creating a shadow for her.
I guess that explains why she acted so cruelly to you before. It seemed rather odd, but I guess in that aspect it makes sense. And yet still, I feel like... No, I shouldn't cast judgment on Jasna like that. That's not fair to her. I don't know her side.
I wish that I could know more of her side as well.
Well, if we get the chance to see her again in Kakariko, if we do go, then maybe you and her can talk.
I
And
tried
then maybe this
talking
time
to
bring her...
Oh, sorry.
Maybe this time bring her actual fruit.
Yeah. The last one
Unfortunate-
didn't go over very well.
Unfortunately, while the kitchen is magical and bountiful, none of the food is truly real. So any fruit that would come there wouldn't really trigger this odd response that you Sheikah have to it, this need to obtain it. It's actually kind of funny when you really think about it. It's like a little detection power. If anybody was ever trying to smuggle in contraband fruit, you'd know right away.
We do need to see it, I think. Or smell it, or in some way notice it, but we are very good at noticing things. I don't believe that it would ever stop a Sheikah who was on the prowl, but it would definitely give them pause, I believe.
But I think if you use real fruit this time, you might at least make her ponder the possibility of listening to you. And that's as much as your foot as you can get in the doors with Jasna as it seems you can.
Thank you, Polo. These are rather good. I've never seen a bush grow bananas before.
This garden is very, very weird. But
He looks over at Hickory Dickory and Doc. Very.
But it grows crops rather quickly. I had thought that maybe we could use the bounty from this garden to help sustain money. But it seems like money keeps coming across to us instead. So if anything, I'll use it to practice my cooking. Or I'll bring some over to the north. The north could use more crops and greenery. It's not a bit-
Adventurers do rather seem to find themselves in a lot of money, but according to shopkeepers around, they're also the ones that need to spend a lot of money as well. So I think it balances out.
I think if it's possible, I might even want to consider mixing some. Maybe making things, maybe mixing hearty oranges with these lemons, making a stronger citrus that could maybe bear the cold in the north.
You see him like halfway between like biting into a banana and looking at you, his eyes widening as you're talking.
Does that sound weird?
Jasna, are you a genius?
I am not Jasna.
Not Fuck, I said Jasna. Fuck. We haven't talked about Jasna in forever. Polo, are you a genius?
Excuse me?
He's like looking to the orange and looking to where you planted the lemons. I had never even thought about something like that.
Well, at the end of the day, when it comes to growing crop, one of the things you have to be more wary of is that your crop survives inclement weather. That's why you crossbreed them with more sturdier plants and try to make sure you breed out the unfavorable traits and further breed the better ones. Like, for example, if I want wild berries to not be as tart, I would probably mix them in with the grapes that are a little bit sweeter. They would probably, because of the size of the wild berry, also be a little bit fatter and not have as many seeds.
And we would call them wild grapies.
I was thinking of calling them blueberries.
Blueberries.
Or strawberries.
Hmm.
It depends on how they come out, though.
I believe we have some of those.
I was
Maybe.
also thinking of crossing it with the actual current strawberry. Messing with plant species is a little bit difficult, and we'll have a lot of trial and error. But I think that with that, we can keep breeding it with more hardy and hardier fruits, and we'll definitely have something to make a bountiful crop in the north.
Lim oranges?
More like grapefruit. It would more be.
Will you be
I
adding
guess,
grapes to them?
No, I mean, there is a certain citrus I've heard about called a grapefruit. It looks like an orange, but is tartier, a bit like a lemon, and actually about the size of a small melon. So I don't know where the grape part comes in.
Narrows eyes at grapes.
At some point, I want to obtain a melon.
I could get you one.
You can?
If you needed me to. I've noticed that you don't have any apples as well.
It's never occurred to me to plant one, funny enough, even though I keep coming across them. It's definitely on the equation, though. It's definitely somewhere in the making. All these other fruits were a bit harder to come by at first, so I rushed to planting them instead. But I guess we can switch over one of the crops for apples.
If I do get you a melon and an apple.
Do you want me to cross them?
What would that do?
I feel like it would make a much juicier apple.
I was going to say, if I were to get you this, if I could try the ones you are trying to cross, whenever you would make them.
I am going to need somebody who would be willing to take samples of whatever little fruit abominations I create.
I can do that. He seems to look at you a lot more seriously for a moment.
Of course. I feel like at the end of the day, the most refined fruit palette would be none other than a sheepcuss. And then maybe, if you are satisfied with the crop, then you could take it back to Kakariko. For a fee, of course.
I think I could do that. You see him as he does, he like reaches back into the satchel that he has behind him underneath the cloak. As he does, he pulls out what appears to be a rather large wallet, much larger than the one that you have in your big wallet. How much would I need to give you?
Well, let's not worry about any sort of a payment. We need to first make sure we've got a successful crop, and then we'll need to see how it flourishes. Thankfully, this garden is very, very, what is the word that means good with time? Very
Bountiful?
no. What is the word? It is very not
Fuck. What's the actual word? It's like freaking when you're freaking good at shit, but like for like
Efficient?
efficient. There we go. Fuck.
this garden is very efficient with time. It only takes a seedling 3 days to grow into a full crop I can harvest. So I feel like in maybe even a couple weeks to a month or two, and we'll probably have something suitable, and then we can discuss payment.
Would you be crossing those two? Motions and points off toward the carrots with a bit of a just sort of like, I guess they're there thing.
Probably not with the orange or the lemon. It is a bit more of a root vegetable. But if I did mix it with something a little bit sweeter, it might make it so vegetables are a little easier for children to want to eat.
That would be really good. You see him look away as he says that.
Do you not like vegetables, Mr. Nimbus?
I sometimes could care to eat more of them.
Do you think they'd be good if you mixed them with bananas?
No.
I wonder what would mix good with a carrot. It's got to be another root vegetable to start.
As he sits down there eating the banana you gave him, he does at one point look over toward the bananas again and just sort of sit there.
I think I've been able to reach an equilibrium with my mood. It's good that nature is so quiet. Thank you, Mr. Nimbus. Your company has also been greatly appreciated. Please
Sorry,
help yourself.
I knew that you had said before that you were, wary of me, and when I saw you come out here, I got distracted, but I was wanting to apologize for making you on edge.
If it's because of what's going on with me right now, you are not at fault. It's, the consequences of my own actions. But it is a good opportunity to be around something that I know could potentially be dangerous to me, but isn't. So by all means, have as much of the bananas as you'd like.
Are you sure?
Maybe leave one.
All right.
And don't eat them too fast. Or too... Yeah, don't eat them too fast. You could spoil actual dinner later.
I
What
will
dessert?
only have a few then. If you are fine with that.
Banana bread.
Are you sure you're not a genius?
The Bishop of War wanted a new type of bread. I had thought cake, but bananas are sweet and you can put them into bread. And you can dry the grapes into raisins. And then put that in the bread. Nimbus, I've just gotten a great idea. Give me a couple of those. No, give me a couple of those. Picks bananas.
You just chuck your dog. Yes, of course. He goes to pick some of the bananas. He looks to you. He goes to hand them off. You notice a slight bit of hesitation go past him, but he does let them go.
Thank you. I don't know how much we can quicken the drying process on grapes, but oh, if only we had plums.
You haven't, by the way, checked on your food stores since coming back, but
Yeah.
when it does come to your carrots, oranges, vines, bananas, and grapes, you do have more in here than you had before. So allow me to give you guys some more of these.
Hell yeah.
Because you guys would have had them for quite a while at this point. Well, I thought you have 2 different kinds of vines.
Yeah, because we gave I think we had given the chew slime to Dickory.
Yep.
And then now he makes sweetie vines.
Oh, I thought he made fruity vines.
Fruity vines, there we go, fruit
Yeah.
vines. And then the other 2 just make regular sweet vines.
2. You guys were gone for a couple of weeks while you were gone, so these have multiplied quite a bit.
We need to go to the market.
So I would say, since they take around 2 to 3 days to go, you guys were gone for around a couple of weeks. I will say that you'll have this much. However, I'm also taking away a couple of bananas because giving them the Nimbus.
Yeah, no, that's fine. Just gonna put them right here.
Go ahead.
Alrighty.
Until that becomes a room, you're fine.
Yeah.
If it ever does.
Definitely. With that all in mind, she now has Epiphany, but breakfast is gonna be done soon. So she will make her way to the table, the dining room.
Okay.
The table. I was about to say the table room, the room with the table.
As you're making your way in there, Gorthos will get to you in a second because there is something in particular that's going to be happening with you. But Marco, you would have made your way back here. You would have came into this area. You said that you were tired because you were up all night. Am I going to assume that you're going to be? Am I going to assume you're going to sleep at least until the end of the morning?
Yeah, he will sleep until the end of the morning at the very least. He'll get a nap in. You know, my typical sleep schedule.
We will say that for this next little bit that you will be asleep. Is that fine?
That is perfectly fine. He was up literally all night. I don't want to take levels of exhaustion from that. At the very least.
Then we will go immediately to Gorthos.
That
Gorthos.
is fine.
Gorthos.
Yeah.
Gorathalo, there you are. Gorthos, you will find that after a little bit of time, you have made your way back into here. You have a couple of guests that are here. Obviously, you just learned quite a bit from Vega about Polo's situation. Polo just had a little bit of a problem going through with that. You know that eventually people are going to be showing up here to start with some things. Do you want to do anything before those people show?
Ortho should clean up where he wants the forges.
Where exactly would you like to try to build a forge, Gorthos?
In this room.
In which room?
This one over here.
Oh, in the freaking big altar room?
The holy ground. We make holy weapons.
Okay.
Orthos needs to clean this the fuck up.
You would make your way down there. As you would do, you would most likely probably start taking some of the storage out of this place. Potentially, maybe leaving the coffins because you know that they do give you bounty from the spirits. It's up to you if you want to keep them in there though.
Well, as long as the coffins are inside, it should be fine.
As you would come in here, you would notice a glint coming from both of the coffins. As each of them would have had a couple of weeks to give you guys some monies. I believe that. Let's just be generous, and I'll say that you got both. You would find that in each of them, you would have gained the same amount of rupees, although one of them does have other things in them. I'll say that because even though they are being taken up by other things, you would still get the rupees from it. You would have you get around 170 rupees from both of them.
Oh, the generosity of the long past is clearly ceaseless.
Upon coming in here, you would try to get yourself out an area to work with. You would know that in order to build a forge, there would have to be obviously a way to get rid of the heat, as well as dispersing things around, yada yada yada, making sure that any sort of smoke or anything like that could make their way out of here. As you look around the area, you're not sure exactly how to go about doing that kind of thing. You've never made a forge before. You've used a forge. But as you look around to the areas, you would note that one of these two corners would probably be a very good place for one of them. And again, it would get rid of the having to go back and move around the coffins in the back. Potentially maybe going after this side of the room would be good.
This could work. We will need to build a ventilation system, perhaps. What's this room under?
Currently, you can assume, going down the stairs, that this room is under the side of your house. Like, there should not be any house above where this room is. Looking out onto the area of the map, your room, this room would be around under where Ronan is standing right now. Like on the main map over here.
Perhaps this smokestack is.
So potentially they would have to drill a bit of a hole or something and cover it with something, but you do feel as if you could potentially set something up there.
This'll work.
Upon taking it all in, you start to move some of the things out from here. I'll say that most of the stuff around here, for example, will be taken out by you to go somewhere else. Like this, these boxes and things in the very beginning here.
Yeah.
As you get that going and you start maneuvering things around, you do make your way back up eventually when you're done. And upon waiting up here for a little bit, you do find that Polo, around the time that you would be making your way back inside, you would hear a bit of a rapping on the door.
Real quick. So I get this clear. The treasures that are in that fucking coffin.
Mm-hmm.
Are they still in there?
Yep.
Gorthos takes them out and puts them in his pocket. He has random people coming down there. I think perhaps this is a bad idea to have them unguarded.
People are dropping sick beats by our door.
Yep, they're dropping them sick fucking beats.
You know,
Someone's
how
gonna-
when the door knocks and you have like a dumb dog and your dog starts like freaking getting antsy and ready to run to the door and bark, but it's also a good boy, so it doesn't want to do that, but it really wants to, so it just inches towards the door.
Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about. Fucking dogs.
Who's that? Brother Vega, who's at the door?
Yeah. You want me to get it?
Maybe you should get it. No, wait, you're a guest.
I could get it.
No, you're a guest. I could. Deep breath.
You would
door.
find, upon making your way over toward the doorway, you would find that there are several people waiting outside. Bloop. There are several people outside, most of which you hadn't seen before. But one of them you definitely know. I know who they are, as you see Smith, surrounded by a number of people who are looking to be carrying a lot of equipment with them. You make note that in particular there is a lot of wood off with them, and seemingly the man behind is carrying bags of stones. In particular, Polo, as you look over each of them, you do not sense anything particularly dangerous about any of them. They do seem a couple of them do seem rather large, and all of them seem rather fit. But to your senses, you're pretty sure you could eat all of them.
Good morning.
Hey, sorry, I said I was going to be making my way here today. Is Gorthos around?
Shut the door. One moment.
As you go to shut the door, you hear another rapping on the other end of the door.
Crack. He's home.
1 second, Polo. Guys, take 5. You see things. You hear the sounds of people walking away. You hear the cluttering of the stones being held there. As you do see Smith looking in through the crack of the door. Something wrong, champion?
I'm fine. It's just
I can come back later if I need to.
No. You're here for Gorthos. Everything is absolutely fine. I just there's so much at once in the morning. We weren't expecting guests.
Is someone in there? You see a look of worry across his face, but you also see a look of just like him seemingly like seemingly glaring his eyes in through the crack.
No one that you should be worried about.
Oh, so
I do not think
you're not in trouble then.
No. It's just that time of the month for us demons.
Oh.
Yeah, just opens door. It's fine. It's just again, the mornings are a little rougher on us.
Yeah, it's just that time of the month for us.
But yes, of course. I will fetch Gorthos for you. Just one moment, and please call your people back. They. I'm sorry for my rudeness.
He like watches after you as you leave. He kind of looks towards you again. You can tell just like looking over in your peripheral, this new person has awakened a bit more of your instincts than you had wanted to admit. You do see him in your peripheral every single time you turn, even slightly. You do find that he is looking at you every time, as if he is giving that same worried look to you. But eventually, as soon as you make your way to the door, he does return out to collect his men. As you make your way over toward the stairs, you do find that Gorthos is coming up.
Gorthos?
Oh, Polo. Yes. What is it?
Smith?
Ah, he's here. Just in time.
Yes, I might have heard you talking about it earlier and forgot.
You didn't.
Is something going on? The stones and a lot of lumber and tools and...
Gorthos has asked Smith to build a forge for us here.
A forge? Gorthos?
Yeah, so Gorthos may continue his work without need to rely on others and bother them.
I guess that would be most convenient to have a forgery in the house. Where do you plan on putting it?
Oh, in the altar room. Gorthos just finished cleaning it up.
We're going to need a very long chimney.
Gorthos thought about that. It seems doable.
I'm not doubting it, especially with a house like this. It's just so deep below the house.
It's around the same kind of. It's around the same kind of down you would think that like a basement would be.
It feels a little bit down.
It's a little bit downer because this entire fucking building is a lot larger on the inside.
Artists.
As like you would notice whenever they would come in, they'd be like looking around like, holy fuck, what?
Don't think about it too hard.
Well, this
don't
just
touch
doesn't make any fucking sense.
Gorthos advises don't touch any doorknobs.
Well, I was able to keep my composure.
Pat.
So I think I was doing so well with Mr. Nimbus, but I think it's a little harder to restrain when I could just kill everyone.
If Gorthos didn't know any better, he would be concerned about that line.
As you say that, you just see
Lisa Simpson stare, just like, I could kill everyone.
As you say that, you look over Polo, as you do notice that there is just a charcoal looking out from the bathroom, like not wanting to interrupt anything, but after hearing that, just kind of like slowly close the door.
She just finished pissing, now she's gotta go shit.
Polo.
I'll just
Don't be so worried. Don't worry about such things. Gorthos means, well, everyone has that kind of power if they really put their effort in it. It's what you do with that power. You choose not to murder people. Gorthos is proud of you for this.
I will funnel it into making the best banana bread I can for the Bishop of War.
What?
Huh?
Why would that demon want a loaf of bread?
Because he wanted a new bread. He'd been having the same bread for decades and wanted new bread. And it just hit me that you could put bananas into bread and make banana bread, like a sweet bread, but not quite a cake. I will funnel this energy into making a good dessert for another demon. With the hopes of maybe culling him to our side somehow. He's in the dungeon of the castle.
Perhaps he's down there for a reason.
There are a lot of things that happen for reasons, Gorthos.
Yes, and all both sometimes they are unknowable. What those reasons are. Are you certain it's a good thing to be bothering this demon? Gorthos doesn't remember hearing about him before. Well, before you mentioned it, of course.
I could probably ask Brother Vega about him. He just suddenly came to mind when I thought of things. So that's something I could ask Brother Vega about. But I feel like the fact that he was kept in Hyrule Castle's dungeon for longer than the king has been alive, I think, says something to probably how potentially dangerous he is, but also potentially of how good of an asset he could be.
Well, just how lazy he is, considering he hasn't moved in however long he's been there.
That doesn't have anything to do with anything, Gorthos. If he was a danger, he would have been executed simply for the grounds of being a demon, but he wasn't. He was kept. And I want to know why the princess was going to see him. That's another thing I just remembered.
It's news to you, Gorthos.
Pardon, Gorthos?
That was why I wanted to get him the sweetbread, because we learned that he was the princess. Matilda would go and visit him and talk to him and ask him several plethora of questions. And I want to know why, because it could explain what might have happened to her.
Was that how
It's
she
all coming
learned?
back now.
That might be how she learned of demise.
Oh, it's all coming back now. I think this is also a part of... Wow. I really need to make that banana bread.
I love it whenever the freaking the points start clicking together. With everybody, the bricks start laying down.
I've connected the dots. I've connected them.
Polo, you might be on quite a track here. Gorthos insists that you make several kinds of confections for this Bishop of War.
Well, right now he wants, bread. But different
Add more,
bread.
put more things in bread. Put also other kinds of things that are similar to bananas. Put meat in it even. Gorthos does not care. He doesn't know how cooking works.
You just hear from the bathroom, perhaps chocolate?
Like,
or maybe cinnamon?
I could put chocolate. I could put chocolate in the banana bread.
That sounds really lovely.
Instead of the
How long were you in?
I don't have to worry about aging them.
Well, just like looks at the bathroom, back to Polo. Yes, you should go work on that right now, Polo. Chop chop, the Bishop of War isn't getting any younger. Maybe.
Can I
don't
come
know if I
out?
would have the. Why are you still in the bathroom?
I don't know. I thought I was interrupting something. She steps out. You notice immediately. Yep, definitely could eat her. I keep falling on like the nothing that is this floor.
We should really ask those people if they brought extra lumber.
As she walks out, you just hear an audible gulp from Polo.
Gorthos just
It's like you just look over at charcoal.
Move this way.
You would just immediately think, oh, prime rib.
Yeah, Gorthos just like stands over this way. Yes, you should go see if Shefos needs any help. He can help you. Even Rock, Gorthos believes, is still in the kitchen, perhaps.
Breakfast is almost ready, and I should see if Shefos needs assistance with that. And
Yes,
I know
go.
that I won't be able to see the Bishop of War today. Not if I have planned everything.
Polo?
Gorthos will have your boat ready later. Go.
I just
Yes?
wanted to let you know that I got some nice fabrics the other day.
You did?
She smiles.
When I am not in this condition, we should definitely look over it. I've got some ideas that I wanted to run by you and see if I could try making something, but I would need pointers from you.
Of course,
I
I'm always
also-
right here.
I also need the measurements.
Gives nod.
Okay, breakfast.
Yes. He just like closes.
Guess I'm
he,
gonna
like,
hit
just-
the old dusty trail.
Gorthos apologizes. Charcoal, you seem to put up with too much.
Oh no, she seems like she's hurting.
She is awakening to her demonic side.
Understood.
She poses no threat to any of us. She's just.
I would never think so. It's just she.
She'll be fine.
If there's anything that she needs, let me know.
Well, Gorthos assumes at this point she needs someone to go over some tailoring designs with.
Well,
After
I'll see
her
what I can
baking
do.
spree.
I don't actually have a ton of new. I don't have a ton of new fabrics or anything. Just a few. Maybe we could go and see if we can gather some at some point.
Of course, those things. That's a wondrous idea. Unfortunately, he'll be working all this time helping get this forge ready.
Did she go back inside of there with all the new people?
Yes, Gorthos should. They're probably waiting on him as well. Do you wish to meet some new people, Charcoal?
I
Or
think
perhaps
that I will.
reacquaint with older people?
I think that I will stay in here for now. Again, I was mostly sleeping. I sleep during the day.
Gorthos notice. He has no right to talk about people's sleep schedules. He does not even sleep.
It's just like, again, slightly embarrassed, just like, sneaks back into her door.
Do not be ashamed about your passions.
Door shuts, lays down.
He's a good one.
Polo,
He's gonna go and he's gonna walk away.
Polo, you make your way back in, and shortly after Gorthos as well. Once again, you would notice that there were four new people to you, into the room. They appear to be looking around at the different parts of the house. You see that the man that is near the back, that one of you guys knows who it is, but he's just hanging out. He begins to like look around at the different draperies that are everywhere and just sort of like looking them up and down. You see that the large columns are being inspected by the large man who brought in the rocks. You see the entirety of just the innards of this place appear to be like a lot of interest to the lady that came with them, as well as to the man who is holding the lumber. And Smith just seems to be trying to reel them all in as you approach. And once again, Polo, you sit down. It's not uncomfortable, but you do notice that as you're looking to them, Vega is looking to you as if he's trying to figure out what's going on in your head. And again, Gorthos, you would make your way in just shortly after she would come in.
Hello, Smith. Hello, friends. Welcome to the abode of the champions of Ireland.
I tried warning them about this place, but when they came in, they couldn't help but look around at everything.
It's quite a marvelous thing. Gorthos suggests you refrain from trying to open any doors.
We're gonna have to
Before
open
you
doors
can.
if we're gonna have to open doors if we're gonna give you an estimate.
Gorthos will take this into account.
I'm sorry, you're not gonna be able to go away from the peering eyes of a specialist. Everyone I brought here is almost integral into making sure that we get through here. Though, to be honest, he motions over toward where Park is. Some of us are only here for curiosity's sake and for a little bit of a helping hand.
This place has no real secrets to hide.
Then you
It's just your
shouldn't be too hard for us being able to look around, right?
Except the dungeon and the treasure room.
Well, perhaps there's two places you're not allowed.
Well, that
Obviously,
just gets me
people's
curious
personal
about those places.
Well, people's personal bedrooms.
I would never want to interrupt the privacy of a champion. Don't you worry. As he begins to get around, you do see Smith making his way over to you. He offers a hand towards you, Gorthos. As the two of you shake hands, the door does open in the other area, as you would see both Gallon and Ronan. At this point, you guys would return. Ronan, you would appear just before when Gallon would. Gallon, you would be holding quite a number of things in your arms coming in, and in your bag, obviously.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, like, he's walking up the door, bag, just you see all the bundles of cloth and jutting out of it.
And you just have a cake in your arms. As Ronan, I'm sure that you would offer some sort of aid.
Yeah.
That all looks heavy. No, I've got this.
No, believe me, I'm fine. Falls over, cake in face.
Like the sound of your back breaking every step you take.
I
Like,
dragged
"I
a
got
cauldron.
this."
I can survive this.
Yeah, you're.
I survived the pot. I can survive this.
As the two of you would enter, Gallon, you would be setting some of your things down almost immediately, but you would note that there are more people inside as the two of you come in. Ronan, you would look around and you would see Park over here, the man's who you had talked to the other night about setting up the thing in the center of the village or of the town. As
By the way, just a quick thing to Ronan. You free tonight?
Tonight, yeah, should be. Why?
I could use some strong arms tonight.
Sure.
Perfect.
Strong arms.
Now, excuse me, I'm gonna shove steak in my mouth.
Alrighty.
You guys, again, coming in, would notice the new people. You would go and sit down because, again, breakfast will be starting rather shortly. Ronan, as you notice Park, you would say that Park would address you immediately as Champion Ronan, and then immediately go into your concert the other night was fantastic, and I can't believe everybody was acting so strange afterwards. It was quite a marvel.
Oh, music can do that to people sometimes, I guess.
I suppose so. I couldn't help but remember it whenever I woke up this morning. That it was a great concert, though how clouded I felt afterwards was probably a testament to that.
Well, thanks for coming out. I really appreciate it. Park, right?
Yes, Champion. I'm here right now, just being some help for the carpenter here. Motions over toward the woman off into the other side of the room.
Oh, what's happening?
Ronan, you see that there are people talking toward Ronan. You hear the what's happening over there.
Did you just address Ronan and then say you heard Ronan?
Gorthos, you hear people addressing. Fuck off! All right, I've been interrupted enough by you assholes today. No, I'm playing. But yes, Gorthos, you would have you would hear like the what's happening over in the corner.
Oh, Ronan, Gallon, welcome home. Gorthos is finally getting a forge installed.
Oh, neat.
Fantastic. Got all the goods for the project.
Fantastic. As soon
He'll
as it's
just
ready,
reach into his bag and pull out the ruby the size of his fist.
Gorthos will need more goddess metal for this.
The ring, Gorthos. You'll have spare ruby.
Oh wow, that thing's huge.
I know, right? And this was the cheap one.
Actually,
Are you gonna try to
You-
condense it?
condense. Gorthos was thinking about breaking it into smaller ones and making several rings.
Oh, I guess that would make a lot more sense. You'd be able to make many of them and be able to do other things. I was thinking you were going to condense it to a smaller and purer form. That's my bad.
Well, this improves spellcasting power.
I mean, if you do try to just shatter it, you risk getting a size that you can't even use. Like, let's say you smash this one and it smashes into 5 pieces, but now the 5 pieces are much too small for a ring or still too big, and then you smash them again and now they're too small.
But smashing is really easy if you know how to smash, though. I could do it for you. We can make at least 12 rings out of that.
Well, again, does condensing the gem aid spells in any way or have any benefit besides, well, making it shinier, perhaps?
Depending on what you want to do. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to mention something that was too misunderstood. If you were going to make something powerful with it, I'm sure that condensing it would aid it in some sort of spell storing. Though I'm not entirely sure about that. I just
Condensing
think that
it
if
is,
you
then.
were oh, okay, all right.
Oh, Gorthos has not felt this excited in so long.
As at this point, Galen will actually like put the bundles down. By the way, here, Paula.
A new chance of masterpiece
Wait,
work.
what?
Got you some cloth. You're trying to, get used to being like that, so best thing to do while like that is to do things, right? Half looking at her, half looking at her brother.
Yes. I could take on another project, and I could take these to charcoal, and we can look them over.
Sits
I-
up, gets over to the other seat, sits down, looks over. So that's what you've been up to. Looks over at Galen.
Huh? What?
Shopping, yes.
Am I missing something?
No, it's a great
Oh.
idea. If you're able to get your mind off of things, maybe you won't want to kill everybody in here.
Well,
He says aloud to all the new people that are here.
Oh, Vega. He is quite the card. Now, back to important business. This way, this way. The forge will be downstairs.
I could. After making the banana bread for the Bishop of War. By the way, have you heard of the Bishop of War? I will still need your measurements at some point, Galen, but maybe we can do that at a different time when things are not as awkward as right now.
As people start going over toward where Gorthos had said things, you do see that Park gives a bit of a wave and follows after the carpenter had said before. You notice that the rather large man going by just goes, "Is everything going to be okay?" It's just like, "That's fine. It's just something they go through in them every month. Let's go."
She just head tilt, look at Vega. Just
Yeah, it's just a blood moon tonight. Everything's gonna get resurrected.
Blood moon. Gorthos should handle it.
She's a sweet girl. Don't take this the wrong way. As the 5 of them go to follow you, Gorthos, upon them getting a little bit away, you just see that one of them breaks off to look over at Argo. Upon doing so, you're rather knowledgeable about these things. For someone so young, especially. I'm older than okay. As he walks away.
I'm older than all of you combined, actually.
I've taken good care of the gloves you've given me, Smith.
As they start making their way away, Argo just sits there. It's like, everybody's treating me like a kid coming over here, except for the king.
You look like a...
That's because they all think you're a kid.
Yeah, I get it.
Until they know you're a Kokiri, then they would automatically have to assume that.
It's made things a little awkward. He reaches into his pocket and brings out pieces of candy and puts them onto the table.
I mean, you could always go about with the idea that you're a prodigy.
I guess that could work out. It's a lot less explaining.
You're just a magical prodigy. Or you can just say you're from the forest and be honest.
He just like looks over to the candy, looks back to you. You guys want some of the... Oh, never mind. As he looks back over toward the entrance, you see Shefos and Rock coming out with large bundles of food on large plates.
Yeah, this team just barely missed having that happen.
As Shefos comes out, sniffs the air around where the others were standing for a bit before going over and placing down the large plates. Rock comes up behind with a thing of drinks and starts putting them down for everyone. It's around this time that the smell of food would waft up to the top of the house, Marco.
I'm up. Food.
He just like ate like childhood memories of just like sleeping, and it's like, oh, it's
Bubbles out of bed,
breakfast,
there's a crash.
This,
He gets
mom and
back.
sisters made food.
this pink fabric is very high quality. Where did you find this?
General store.
You all just blink and Marco's just already there.
I don't know what I could do with this.
Marco
I'm
makes
here.
his
With
way
these
down,
blue,
yes.
I can do something with these blue ones. I have a lot of ideas for these blue ones. Oh, I have
Wait.
a lot of ideas for these blue ones.
It would just be faster to climb out my window to come down here. He
Looks at him.
says, sitting down.
Looks at him. Looks at the blue ones. Looks at him.
Oh, I have a lot of ideas for the blue ones.
Callan just puts the cake up.
Cake?
As
Fresh from
Gallon,
the inn.
the steak and eggs is set up everywhere. You place a cake in the center of the place as well.
Oh,
Breakfast cake.
As again, Ronan, you would look at the cake as somebody who is very much keeping things like that in your brain. You would note that the cake itself. Where did they go? Did you fucking grab them, Gorthos? You fuck.
yeah.
What
He
did I
said he
do?
did.
Yeah, I'm playing around. You would note that the symbol along the blue part of the cake does appear to look very much like the sapphire treasure that you had gotten from the Zora domain.
Oh, Zora cake.
And then again, one of them is the emerald treasure. And then the last one appears to be another symbol that is vaguely reminiscent of the symbol that Gallon, Marco, and Ronan. You guys would vaguely see the symbol there.
Multicultural cake.
As it is set there. You guys would begin your brekkie fast, I'm sure.
Yes, my delicious breakfast of cake.
It's just
Inhales.
like it's just like Shefos puts steak and eggs in front of you. You're like, oh man, this is great, Chef. This is great, Shefos. Moves it away, takes a piece of cake.
No, absolutely not. That'd be so mean. He works hard.
I
can imagine. I can imagine. You know that one scene from like Yu-Gi-Oh, where Yami Bakura is eating the steak very violently, and they really, really wanted to animate that very well. That's Vega.
I don't know what you're talking about. I am extremely gentle with my.
Sorry. I just imagine that like animation, you know, when like a bird eats something, it's like because it's got so much in its throat.
Nice. Fucking just Bakura
Just throat bullshit.
the fucking sauce splatters like blood on the table.
Fucking Christ.
As Shefos would go off, he would stand a little bit away from you guys, just waiting around. You see that he does have his own share of the food because you guys usually tell him to get some whenever he brings stuff to you.
We really need more tables.
Apparently, there's a carpenter in the house. But as this goes down, Rock does go and give each of you guys drinks as well. Either most of them being apparently juice from the gardens that you guys have been maintaining. But upon this happening, again, Polo looking over toward Rock. This is, I think, the first time we've seen Rock. I'm not entirely sure. I could be wrong.
No, she
Okay.
appeared before, and it was like, yeah, it's just Rock.
Okay, yeah, I was making sure that I said that before. As that is gone through, and you guys all have sat down for your bit of breakfast. Is there anything you guys would like to go over about anything that you guys have learned or talked about in the past a little bit with each other?
Going out tonight to stop somebody from stealing fairy mud. and I talked to God. Well, goddess.
Congratulations.
I talked to
Gonna
God. Well,
eventually-
one of them.
Mine. And gonna need to make a detour to the Shrine of the Sun thing. You guys remember we heard about that?
Oh yeah, we have a map.
Mhm.
Yeah, the
Right.
Shrine of the Sun God. Uh,
Okay.
That's something we can do. Cool.
That's been my night and day.
um, I plan mostly on staying here at home today. I'll probably just be trying to make some bread for the Bishop of War, who resides in Hyrule Castle's dungeon.
Oh yeah, creepy guy in the dungeon.
Yeah, you mentioned that name before where everything was going crazy. I don't think I've heard of anybody like that.
No?
Bishop of War, Bishop of War.
You seem to be proficient in wind magic? He's
Nope,
in-
nothing's coming to mind.
I'm surprised you didn't see him at all in the dungeons in the
Hmm?
time you've been at the castle, Brother Vega.
Like looking to you. I don't believe there's been any demons around the castle other than me.
Yeah, he's in the dungeons.
He like kind of tilts his head back and forth, like just having put a piece of steak in his mouth, seemingly deep in thought. No, I can't sense anything like that.
Mm,
Speaking of
I
which,
know-
he like points a fork over toward Rock and then looks to you. This the one that has the monster blood?
yes, that is Miss Rock.
Hmm. Oh,
Her
yeah,
father was the one that wanted to bleed me dry.
right. Looks
But
over toward her.
But she is good, Brother Vega. Her father is the one that is working in the scrying pool.
Hmm.
If you kill him, he's just going to come back to life. We don't understand what's going on in the city right now.
That's weird. He like looks over toward Rock and looks over toward you. You say there's somebody like her over by that pool? Yeah,
Mhm.
he was there when me and Polo went to go see. Right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, her
I'm-
father.
I watched over him for a long while until they took him back. There's two demons I haven't noticed anything about then.
You mean you haven't been sensing them?
No, not at all.
Mm,
I didn't want to make you feel weird or anything since yesterday when you came to talk to me, but I'm kind of, how do I put it? I feel kind of sick.
sick?
Not like sick. I don't get sick, obviously. But,
Do you mean exhausted, tired?
no.
Kind of feeling-
Allergies?
What'd you say?
Allergies.
No, it's like my head's all, like heavy.
Farted?
I feel heavy. That
You-
could be fatigue. You have been coming and going from the city, haven't you not? How do you know something like that? I watched
and
you
you-
leave.
And you haven't been wearing the mantle father gave you.
It's actually, she'd recognize it at this point. Is he wearing it now?
He is, because you told him to.
Yeah. Okay, because it was just like,
You, in that time that you've been running errands for the king, you haven't been wearing your mantle.
Mhm.
And that mantle kept you alive for a whole month because you wouldn't eat anybody else's food.
Yeah, I guess.
So maybe it is simply fatigue and you need a actual night's rest?
It could also be something magic.
I don't want to
Maybe.
think about magic because then I start thinking about poison.
I mean, we could just have Ronan play a song or Gorthos wiggle his fingers.
That is very true.
Believe me, I've been poisoned before. I would know if this was poison.
Would you?
I mean, it didn't kill me because I had my stuff on, so maybe not.
Poison can do a lot of things, you know that, right?
Poison can make your stomach twist or send you to the bathroom for hours or make you forget something that you didn't want to forget.
I thought poison just kills you.
No, it could also just make things rather unpleasant for a prolonged period of time.
Mm. Ow.
And
Or
then
it could
kill
just
you.
super kill you.
I mean, I think it is just probably fatigue.
Maybe I should
And-
go back to just eating your stuff then.
Uh,
I've been
uh,
getting used to eating stuff at the castle, but maybe I shouldn't.
I mean, I don't want to say you can't trust the royal cooks, especially since one of the royal chefs is Galen's sister. But
They've been
It is
sending
still-
her food back lately.
they have.
Yeah, that's where I got the cake from.
Oh, I haven't had a slice yet.
It is rather good. Anybody that takes a slice, it is rather good fucking cake.
100% Marco has gotten a slice after the steak.
Hey, you misbehaved. You get no cake.
I don't get no cake?
No.
Okay.
You want part of my cake?
No, it's
Margo,
fine.
don't share with him. He snuck out at night.
Oh God, you shouldn't do that, Marco.
There we go.
Well, I
He's
wasn't the
beaching.
only one, he says, crossing his arms.
Gorthos didn't sneak. You told us.
Also, Gorthos isn't getting any
me.
cake either. He's not here.
Mm,
I didn't tell everyone.
I didn't. I'm not bothered that he didn't tell everyone. I'm bothered that you told no one.
With that in mind, the fact that they're sending her food back, and the fact that the king suggested that you work without your mantle.
I've been
don't
noticing
want-
the food's getting a little shittier lately. Maybe that's why.
I don't want to seem suspicious of what is going on at the castle, but. Hmm.
I mean, she's been working there, what, for years? Why would they suddenly send her stuff back?
I thought it was because the king was sick. He hasn't really been, well, eating normal things. He's been mostly taking medicine and eating soups and stuff.
Yeah, he also specially ordered that cake. Apparently.
This one here, he like motions over to it. Yeah, we were gonna send this up to the Gorons.
How.
He like takes another bite out of it. He was wanting to send it over there and trying to have some good relations so that they might give up their treasure without really any much of a fight.
He thought a cake would do that?
No, he thought that you guys would do that, but the cake might help.
Makes sense.
Alright, fair point.
It's so creamy and sweet.
Apparently, Gorons have a bit of a sweet tooth. Who would have thought? Most of the time they eat rocks.
I mean,
Most people have a sweet tooth.
I've only ever seen them eat rocks. He shrugs. But they won't just eat any rock. You can't just hold a rock out and be like, here, eat this. They're like, oh no, we need to get our rocks that look like meat. It's really weird.
What?
Yeah, they have
What?
rocks that look like meat, and if they don't eat it, they starve.
Why the what is with those specific are they just any rock that's been like prepared to look like meat? Like if we just get a rock from outside and make it look like meat.
No, it won't
I
work.
mean,
What? I have an idea.
He's just like, no, it won't work. It has to be rock meat or meat rock.
I mean, I would assume it would be something similar to how salt a rock can be eaten.
Skidoo, Magic Pantry, give me rock steak.
You open up the pantry to try to get rock steak. Nothing happens.
Oh, fucking racist ass kitchen, I guess.
Ow.
The pantry does not create it. It is not food.
It's not food.
It's not.
Either that or it is not an ingredient in food.
Oh yeah, it can't make just food.
You still have
It has to be ingredients.
You still have to
remember?
make things with it.
If it is not it is not an ingredient in anything, I wonder if it is something that is crafted instead, like a cake. How?
It makes sense. Oh no, I nearly broke my tooth on one.
Of course you tried to eat one part of bagel.
Well, they said it was hot shit. I wanted to have some.
I expect this of you.
But no, nearly broke my damn canine. He's like, shows it like, ah.
It would have just grown back.
Yeah. Still. Ow.
Interesting stuff. Perhaps we'll have to find out more once we go to that gathering of demons.
You want some more steak? Yeah, more, please, thanks. Goes off to get some.
Oh yeah. Due to my misadventure last night, it did not go as planned, obviously, because we talked to Hosier for a bit.
What were you even trying to do?
Oh, see Jason, making sure she was all right.
Mm-hmm.
You couldn't tell us that?
I just thought about doing it last night, and I just went to do it.
I guess that's
So
fair
you
if it
snuck
wasn't
out.
effective.
Yeah. He says,
How would you have gotten past the drawbridge?
I mean,
Yeah, well, you've been up at the
I have several items in my possession for climbing. I could scale the mountain pretty easily around the castle.
And we know where all the crying holes are.
And we know where all the crying holes are. I was gonna try to get in through the Matilda's workshop, but I would have been caught anyway.
Why didn't you just wait till today?
So urgent.
I wanted to make sure that we didn't have another weird situation where she couldn't leave again.
I'm glad that Marco and Gortho showed up last night. It was able to lead to Hosier finally going to bed. It also led to us knowing what happened with... Oh, most of Marco. We should probably tell them that, right?
That's what I was getting to. Apparently, Hosier's brother was the how do I say this?
With
His
words.
brother was connected to the Triforce of Courage, and that's why it's kind of shattered.
So he's dead now?
Oh yeah, we used Argos magic, and with his permission, we saw what he saw of a vision of what happened.
You know what Aga and Pika are? How they're connected to their kinds of the Triforce, like their sections?
Mm-hmm.
Apparently apparently Hosier's brother was the one connected to the one that shattered. And around the time that shattering happened, he had tried to attack the Sage of Life. And apparently, from what we saw, he couldn't handle whatever kind of energy that he had inside of him and just sort of exploded. Oh, man.
Yeah.
Rox put some more
He
steak in front of him.
shattered-
Thank you.
That is rather odd. The Sage of Life was gone for quite a while when we came to town. And then they do the thing at the square, which is a bit odd. And then this. They are a highly respected individual. They even have their own quarters in the Temple of Time with things in their room.
Oh, what kind of things?
Books, stuff like that.
Picture frames of various vacations. They are very well traveled.
Mm-hmm.
Speaking of Argo, as he'll fetch out the giant ass bowl now.
Oh, you found one.
Yeah.
Oh, it looks really nice. How much do I need to repay you?
Nothing.
Are you sure?
Free.
Yeah.
Well, thanks. You guys always give me a lot of things. He takes the petrified wood brazier in his hands and just kind of grazes over it. I've not seen something like this before. It seems a bit stone, but it's not. As he
There
seems to
was
be looking it over, where you keep going.
No, it's like there was a gold one too, but I didn't really think it would make much of a difference.
No, I don't think it makes much of a difference what I use for things like this. I just wanted to be able to show you guys what we had saw in case you wanted to see it as well. But it's pretty easily to be imagined, I suppose. I'm kind of worried about showing that at a dinner table. He looks around. As he's looking around, Polo, with your extra instinct going down right now, your kind of ultra instinct going down right now. You do see that as Vega is eating, you notice that Rock is sort of like looking at his horns and kind of touching at them for a moment before, like, again, looking at them with interest.
Do you fancy my brother's horns, Miss Rock?
Hmm? Vega looks up. As he does, you see him sort of let off a bit of a glare toward her that sort of makes her recoil a bit. No, that's not what I was. I'm sorry.
No, you don't have to stop at the horns.
No, I just... There's something... What can I say? He reminds me of someone.
Well, Brother Vega is a twin.
Mm-hmm. Maybe that's it. The horns were different.
Were they kind of long and jutting outward?
A little bit more, yeah.
And the hair much longer?
I don't know much about the hair. They were mostly cloaked whenever I saw them. I had mentioned them before, Galen.
Yeah, with the guy of life.
So what's going on? Why are you mentioning my brother? Sorry. I was just mentioning that I saw him with the Sage of Life, and I didn't know. You sort of reminded me of what the man looked like. I don't know if it was your brother or not. It just there was a resemblance. I'm sorry.
If there's a resemblance, then that is more than enough to make a safe assumption that it is Brother Hadar. But what would
You know,
Brother
if you
Hadar
really
do?
want to just cut to the chase, you can ask him out.
What?
Yeah, I'll just give me a dumbass smile. Listen, you're taking interest in the horns. This is free reign to tease you.
That wasn't what I was doing. Well, obviously she fancies me. Kind of puffs up his chest.
At least buy her a drink first, Brother Vega.
I think I'll take this back. She reaches forward and takes the rest of the steak again. Starts walking away. Hey now, hey! I was eating that!
Now you'll definitely need to buy her a drink.
Come on! Looks back to you guys, looks back to Polo. Please, can I have it back? Starts going after her.
Oh, and now he's smitten too.
Well, why would Brother Hadar be with the Sage of Life?
Why did Naga and Pika, I don't know, say something about the whole... Maybe it's another one of those things of we have to find out ourselves before they can tell us anything.
Thought he was supposed to be up on the mountain. I'm more wondering how he got here so fast.
I don't know. Maybe they have someone with music that can do the same things that we do.
We do not know what the Sage of Life can do in particular. My brother Hadar is not a minstrel. He is a magic user, though.
You see, after about a minute, Vega come back. He seems to have the plate of steak in his hands.
I have killed her.
Rock does come
His
back.
hands covered in blood.
Rock does come back and goes over and sits down in the same chair as Argo, just kind of scooching him a little out of the way. Like,
Come,
of
Argo,
course, yeah.
Sit on mommy's lap.
Yeah, of course.
Sister, more like big sister's lap.
I'm not a kid.
Oh God.
I'm not a kid. I am at an age where I can make more. I can make more of myself. I'm kidding.
God, there you go.
I am a respectable adult.
I am 3 times your age.
I am allowed to do the fuck.
You see that when he comes back, he is just sort of like again, looking down toward the steak, you see him bring his knife out and begin to actually cut the steak and looking over toward her and eating it with a fork.
Oh wow, she's domesticating you already.
I said he could have it back if he chewed it properly.
Domesticating you already.
Shut up.
Brother Vega, you should chew your food. You wouldn't enjoy it properly otherwise, and you could choke.
Yeah.
Wouldn't that be a dumb way to die?
I
Yeah.
wouldn't like to go. I wouldn't like to go to food, especially in the other way. I've already been not eating food because I thought poison was in it. And I'd hate to go just to perfectly good food.
And then I get the throne.
She just like
I
had
thought
to
you
look
only
at him
got
with
it.
the eyes glowing.
I thought you only got it if I was mean to you. Oh, actually, I guess if I'm gone, I don't really care who gets it. Yeah, sure.
I mean, I don't want you to choke. You choking and dying would be rather mean of you, Brother Vega.
It seems like you're adding more to it. This isn't fair. I already
I'm
said
not
you could
adding-
have it.
I'm not adding any more to it. I'm just making it so that you know definitely now to chew your food because you're not going to want to lose a bet over something as trivial as chewing.
You're trying to guilt me. You're
No,
adding
I'm
more to the
not.
bet.
No, I'm not, Brother Vega. I'm not doing that.
Oh Vega, how could you?
He's not.
I'm chewing it. I'm chewing it.
Oh, look at him. You two might make a king of him yet.
Either way, it doesn't matter if Brother Hadar was here anyway. If he did do something off in the center of this place, then as the ally of the Kingdom of Hyrule, I need to figure out what he did.
Is that something you can scry, Argo?
I could see if we can learn anything more than what we were already told, but he looks over toward Brock. I told you basically everything that happened. They gathered everybody into the center of this place. They had them ready for some sort of announcement, and then as soon as the announcement was about to be said about, everybody left. There wasn't much to be done about it. They gathered everybody off in the center of town, and they did that in several places around.
Well,
We live in the northern center of the city of Hyrule, so, or Castletown, I mean. So there isn't much beyond that except for going to the other squares. I believe they did that as well.
Jake is dead.
Jake is dead?
No, the music.
Dead?
Oh, the music is dead. Oh, I thought you said Jake.
No.
I was like, I'm dead? When did I die?
No, I said the music is dead.
Just
My
cut
bad.
back to the game. Gallo's on the floor. Polo's eating out his
It
no.
sometimes randomly stops because I don't try to bring it too much attention to it, but my
Yeah.
computer freezes sometimes, and whenever it does, sometimes it stops.
That's fair.
But yeah,
Well, we could just ask Brother Hadar about it when we see him, if he is definitely up on the mountain.
So if we
Um,
see him, do you think the sage would still be with him?
Sage isn't a demon. You shouldn't be going to a
doubt it.
demon gathering.
Well, we're all about to go to it.
Well, yeah, but no one knows you're coming.
And that doesn't mean they know he's coming.
I guess that's true.
Is there anything about Brother Hadar that we should be wary of, Brother Vega? I don't want to think that any conflict that could arise in violence would happen, but should there be anything we should be prepared for?
If any conflicts arrive in violence, I don't think you guys need to worry about Hadar. I say you should probably try to take on anybody else that's there but him, except maybe Old Man Ball Circuit. If Brother Hadar does anything, I'll make sure he goes down. You can't kill me after all.
Well, it is possible that he could, though. If what we theorize is wrong with Brother Hadar, that we think is wrong with him, being influenced by a piece of the Triforce, and his ambition being exemplified. If his ambition believes that you are better off gone, whether he really wants to or not, it could possibly happen.
I mean, it's not that I haven't thought about at some point, like, what would happen if he tried to kill me or I tried to kill him or anything. That's just, we've both been alive so long, it's crossed my mind a couple of times, but it's not something I'd ever act on. I don't think he would either. And even if he tried, he just, like, kind of pats onto the cloak he's wearing. Not gonna get close to me. That being said, I do understand that you're worried. So, if you'd like, I could just tell you a little bit more about him.
I want to believe that even under some sort of coercion like that, Brother Hadar's pride will not let him be carried away. But it still wouldn't help to understand my other brother a bit more.
Well, like the two of us, he's a bit of a hunter. At least he was when we were kids. He would go around, and because we're all naturally gifted with that kind of thing, he tried his best to track down and understand those that he went after. Though, unlike me, and I'm not sure too much about you, but he chose to learn more about different things to go after. He never went after any game or anything like that. He was tracking humans and other humanoid-looking races. He was rather good at it, too. I don't think that he ever got the knack of really understanding too much about... He looks over toward Ronan, somebody like you, but Hylians, humans, demons, maybe even Gerudo. I don't know. Looks over toward Argo, and maybe you. I don't know. What are you, a tiny Hylian? That's what everybody seems to think.
They're the children of the forest, Brother Vega, the Kokiri.
Well, I don't know much about that. Probably not, then. But I'd say that he's always been a little more on the sneaky side when it comes to stuff like that. Other than that, he fights a lot like Galen. Motions over. He has a lot of magic inside of him. He seems to whip it out whenever he needs or whenever he wants. A lot of the time, I've seen him using spells like ice quite a lot.
Fitting.
I'm not entirely sure everything he can do, but ice was something he would usually have a go-to for. He starts like kind of moving his fork across the steak again before just like looking back. Other than that, as far as him fighting, I do think that one thing should be brought forth. He did almost kill me once. If I wasn't wearing this thing, I'm pretty sure I'd be a goner. But he seemed like he really regretted it after.
Do you know anything about his treasure?
We're not supposed to talk about them. He's like kind of like moving back and forth.
You can tell her in private then. Keep it in the family.
I'm not even supposed to tell her. I'm not supposed to tell anyone. That being said, though, technically the bet's over at this point. I guess at that point, if I say anything, this is complicated. I don't like his bets. I like mine. They're a lot simpler.
Then let us not worry about it. We'll find out what it does if he feels the need to even show it off to us. We'll just hope that it's not anything too dangerous.
I can tell you one thing about him, though. If you do want a bit of a leg up on him. Well, you already know mine, don't you?
Your...
My vice.
Vice?
We talked about it before, remember?
I thought you just said it in passing. I didn't think you meant it was an actual thing.
No, it's something all of us have. Even you, probably.
I do not have a vice. I do not think I have a vice.
Well, you don't know yet.
Mm. Well, what do you even mean by it?
It's something that, well, it's unchangeable about us. Something that is like temptation, but something that's uncontrollable. Obviously, my sister wouldn't tell any of you what mine is, glares at all of you.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think I've told anybody.
But
It's not that hard to guess.
no, it's fine. Nothing. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about guessing. Don't. How about you don't?
All right.
But my brothers. This is so fun. He's like looking over to you as if he's been holding on to this for a bit. Dude's a neat freak.
That explains a lot.
How's that a vice?
I used to always tease him that the only reason he learned magic was to clean his clothes.
Does like looking prim and proper and always about his appearance. He preens himself like a bird.
He looks over toward Marco. I would consider it, but again, you don't know how deep these things go for us. If my brother ever noticed even a slight speck of something amiss in somewhere that he was around, his room especially, even when it came to our little sister here, he couldn't stand it. You might not remember, Polo, but whenever you were a lot younger, probably about that thing size, she'd probably remember if she was my size. Maybe smaller, I don't know, got babies or whatever. But Brother Hadar, a lot of the time, without being told to, cleaned up after you.
Huh?
If you ever dropped anything or you ever spilled something, it would always be him that made his way over and cleaned it.
He always made it seem like he was too good enough to do any sort of interaction with me.
After you started walking and talking, I think he stopped a lot, but I'm telling you, a vice is something you don't need to think too lightly of. If it's something that's a part of us, it doesn't go away lightly. I'm telling you, if you want to distract him, spill something. Bring something that's a little less than clean. Just show him a bad time. That's why I'm telling you, my brother is no threat. And that's also why he's not fit to be king. He'll never be able to beat me, because look at me! He like spreads his arms over. I'm an unkept mess!
You sure are.
Is that why your hair is... Why, even though you both have the same face, you look so... different?
You think I dress this way out of the goodness of my heart?
You do it to piss him off?
He
You
like
do it to piss
motions
him
to the cloak. He's just like, I only wash this thing once every 10 years.
That's disgusting, Brother Vega.
Ew.
That just like gets up, just eyes flare. That's disgusting, Brother Vega!
What? It's been cleaned recently.
God knows how much of everything would have was on that. I don't even want to think about...
You at least clean off blood off of it, right?
Blood hardly ever gets on it.
How did we not even smell that thing?
Oh, you're talking like the king now. Oh, take that thing off and get something clean on.
No, that's not...
So that's why he wanted it off of you.
Did he want it off of you so we could clean it?
Yeah, that's the first thing he did whenever I took it off.
thought there was something more sinister behind this. It just was rank.
You know, this has been a very fun dinner.
I am going to work on that banana bread now. I think with newfound... I should take these fabrics to charcoal first, and then I should work... There's so much to work on today, and all I'm doing is staying home.
Oh, no measurements?
Also,
Did you want...
Were you saying, Marco?
also we need to check on the horses and, you know, our supplies that we left over at Death Mountain.
Yeah.
Did you...
I can't get past the... Oh.
Did
No, she just broke.
Oh, she's caught in the loop.
you want...
She's caught in a loop.
She's stuck in a loop.
Programming error, please reboot.
Did you... Well... Yeah, you should...
Hey,
Sure.
thanks.
I mean, are you with it?
Sh-
Pretty sure.
I will fetch the measuring tape! Where should... Charcoal's room is too small. Where?
Polo, do me a favor.
Huh?
Before you rush off to go take Gallon's measurements, can you tell your brother to go and clean up?
Turns to Vega.
Clean up?
See, if I would have knew this is what's gonna happen, I wouldn't have told you. Come on, I told you something good. It's already clean. Look, they cleaned it
Stinky,
just the
go
other
take
day.
a bath.
The rest of you isn't. I'm guessing if you haven't cleaned that thing, you haven't cleaned yourself since you came back from your mission.
I mean, he did take one... That's not the only bath you've taken, Brother Vega. And don't use that stupid bathing suit! That's not what they're for! You need to submerge yourself entirely!
Polo, then I'll be naked.
That's the...
That's how it works.
That's how it works, Brother Vega! We've been through this! You're supposed to go in nude into the bath!
You guys are weird.
I'm going to go fetch
As
the
he's
measuring-
saying this, you just see Shefos walk up behind him, put a hand on his shoulder. What are you doing?
Yeah, there you go.
Hey! I could kill you! I could kill you!
Thank you, Chefos.
What are you doing?
There goes Stinky.
Just lives on
I could kill you!
Chefos is just so powerful, it doesn't matter. He's too powerful.
You see,
Once we
Chefos-
unlock all the doors, he will send to Godhood.
you see, Shefos is the boss of this house. He has lair actions.
Honestly, if you tried to fight Shefos, I probably would give him lair actions.
Good.
Oh yeah. I forgot to mention. I learned that song last night that could teleport us to Zora's domain whenever we want.
Oh.
And I was wondering when or if you guys want to go there.
You were that's where August said that thing was, right?
Yeah, that would be kind of the main reason I'd want to check it out.
Mm.
Mm.
Sounds good. Another dungeon. Doesn't hurt.
I don't know if it'll be a dungeon, but we'll have to feel it out.
It's a special item, Ronan. It's always gonna be a dungeon.
Listen, I got the special treasure from the king, and it was just kind of hanging out. So,
Well,
that
was special. This is a
I
listen.
guess if we log down the things we want to do today, or in the coming days, I know we weren't expecting to be here at Castletown for much longer, and but there are things that seem to just be coming up that we need to tend to.
We
And
also
The instance of Death Mountain. Oh, I'm sorry.
we also should probably tell the Bandit Queen that we're all safe.
Yeah, I assume that would follow. We'd go to the mountain, go to the meeting, start making our way down, go to Obra's lovely town. That's where they're supposed to be, right? That's where we told them to go, right?
We told them to go to the River Zora, yeah.
And then also
Stop at
have
the
our-
Sun God Shrine.
Sun God Shrine, our guest in the basement.
What?
What?
The new room? We told you all about this, right?
Oh yes, yeah. I did not wish to think about that.
Oh, he's still
Yeah.
there.
Yeah?
What are we
You
gonna
know
do
what?
with him?
Are you talking
Mark-
about that guy that Shefos told me to go and feed?
Yeah, probably. He's in the cell.
We should do something with him before we leave.
There's so much to do.
I mean, I feel like the problems in this town are probably gonna just have to wait for a later date.
Of course.
Thank you for feeding him, by the way.
I mean,
But I feel like
you say
sorry.
feed him, but I'm not sure that he really got much. He was still
I
asleep.
feel like
Mhm.
that so that we're not like, you know, terrible people. We maybe do something with him and instead of leave him here.
Yes, we probably should. Okay. We should probably then consider the things here in Castletown that we will leave in what they say the back burner for now. What we will handle urgently, like what you plan to do tonight, Garland.
And talking with that demon that you wanted to give bread to?
The Bishop of War. I mean, he's been in that cell for such a long time. He could wait a little bit longer. If I'm going to take your measurements, we still need to coordinate where that's going to be.
If we talk to the
Upstairs?
king, I'm pretty sure that we can get someone to relieve Hosier.
Uh-huh.
I've just not really been able to go and think about speaking there. They just told me that he wanted me to stay with them.
Yeah. And then, once we get the more pressing matters going on here done, my gathering up at Death Mountain should still have not started yet, so we should still be on time.
You
Then,
guys hear a
as-
splash.
And
Don't
Anyway.
like
hit the water hard.
Just fucking yeeted him into the
So,
fucking
did that come from below or above?
Below. Below.
Okay, then. That's
I
even
feel like-
worse.
I feel like we would have heard some yelling at the same time. It was like,
We would have heard
You
heard
would've
a
heard-
thud as
you would've
well.
heard- Ah!
Yeah.
then
So-
when we head down the mountain.
Go ahead.
No, I guess I'm trying to chart, but I'm thinking about measurements. Once
What's wrong
we
with
head down the
measurements?
mountain. Yeah, but once we head down the mountain, then we can go back to Hateno and tell the bishop that the
So,
Do you want to
if
go do that thing right now and then we can talk about it after?
yes.
Okay.
mainly the timeline you think. You're gonna complete those simple tasks, go to the mountain, go to the River Zora, and then maybe return here if you have time?
Yes.
That seems to be pretty simple.
Mm-hmm.
This was meant to be a pit stop, and it should stay that way.
I'm pretty sure that nothing, at least, he looks out the window, nothing much will change with you guys coming back. Everyone's acting all weird. That one guy said that he was acting funny ever since your song last night, so it almost seems as if they can be removed from whatever that is.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So I think that you're right. You don't have to stick around here that much. Wait for something to happen. My dad can't get away.
Nothing terrible should happen at this auction if it does go forward because he's still in jail. Well, he's in their custody, so it should be fine.
Well, they think it's happening. It's not happening again.
I'll go.
Oh, are they just like in
Yeah,
the
they
same
think
day
it's happened.
forever?
They think it's that the auction is coming, and it seems like, they're like, oh, it'll be here one day.
Okay.
It wasn't like an act.
I
it's
was
not gonna
wondering
happen
if like
again.
a week from now they would have it, or if a week from now they'll think it's a week from now.
most of the people who you had that song to aren't gonna think that at all.
I'll go.
Yeah.
That thing that Miss Ivori was able to do, where she could somewhat project messages towards us. Is that a bit too advanced for you, or is that something that is possible for you to do?
It's a little scary, especially knowing who that's from, but I have been thinking about it as well. If it's something like that, I was gonna ask Miss Aga if she knew anything about it.
I think that us leaving for a possibly extended duration, if anything crucial that really warranted us coming back at the quickest we could, maybe you're able to contact us through that, the way Miss Ivori could, I think that would be useful. That way we always, that way we're aware of when we're truly needed.
That being said, before you guys run off, there is one thing I'd like to ask.
What's up?
If I am to be doing something like that, or at least trying to learn something like that, do you think I could stay here in this building? I'm
I do not-
a little bit weary about accepting going and staying at the castle with everything you guys have already said about it.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Of course, you're always allowed here.
I would say going back to the forest, but again, the forest is kind of creepy right now looking around for me, so I thought that staying here would be good because I'd also be around the construction project. I could help Hosier if I ever see him overworking himself, and I could try to pass you guys messages if I learn how to do it.
Yeah.
That would be wonderful.
And if for whatever reason you need to go back to the forest, the door is right there.
Yeah,
Alrighty.
as long as you guys are fine with it.
Yeah, no, honestly, I'd kind of prefer it with everything happening right now.
I found a really comfortable pot to sleep in.
You should probably get a bed.
Maybe.
You can use our beds while we're gone.
Yeah, we've been doing that without really asking too much. Mostly the...
We
mostly-
offered
It
before we
was-
left.
Oh,
You know,
did
we
you?
do have-
Charcoal never said anything.
You know, we do have some competitors here who are going to be building a forge, and quite a bit of extra space in the house now. Maybe they could at least build some spare beds? Or at least the framework?
I could talk to them about it. They're probably going to be
Yeah.
here building that forge for a long time.
Yeah, maybe pass the message of potentially some new quarters or something.
We can see if we can do anything or repurpose some things together. We can mess around with some stuff. I'm sure that now that Gorthos is getting his own thing down in the altar room with that weird magic and password around it, that maybe we could repurpose the room over there. Motion's over.
Yeah.
Sounds good.
Well, Choco is probably asleep, but I could probably at least slip this in her room while I grab their measuring tape. Where am I meeting you again?
Upstairs? Your room?
Sure. Yeah, sure. Come Orion.
I hope you have fun with that.
Orion gets down, makes his way over. Stops for a second to growl slightly at Rock, similar to how Vega like immediately like got a thing at her and then like walks away.
How cute. He thinks he's Vega.
Her brother isn't actually gonna try to kill any of us, right?
I doubt it.
No,
Okay, so I can still do this. Got it.
he's a weenie.
Mm-hmm.
Good.
Though I'm sure if you wanted to.
He's a weenie. I hate everything about him.
You're not
I wanna play
wrong.
He's a bit
songs with him
weird.
so badly.
But I guess time does that to you. And being a demon and all that.
She goes to take some of the plates and things that are on here. While Shefo's dealing with him, I'll take care of the dishes.
Thank you. Oh yeah, Argo, you know the whole hiding that place thing that you did?
Yeah.
It's really cool. Can you do that for people?
He like looks off to you guys. You guys are a lot bigger than me. Maybe 2 of you.
Interesting. Is it like a potion or is it like a spell?
It's just something that I can do. It's magic. I can't do much anything else while I'm doing it, but I can concentrate on that for a while. It's not something that is completely invisible. Obviously, you can still kind of see through it, or if you bump into anything, they can maybe see a flash. Think of it like having kind of a bubble around you.
I see. Perhaps that will be useful at some point if we ever need to sneak and not be seen.
As you see him get down from the chair, as he does, he kind of like wipes off his shorts before looking back to you guys. I think I'll go and let the castle know that I have my own arrangements for where I'm going to be staying.
Okay.
All right.
If there's anything that you guys want to know more about what happened last night, he puts down the petrified wood thing on top of the table. I can come back within the hour.
Okay,
All right. Just be safe out there.
Oh, don't worry. I'm sure everything's fine. Immediately mugged.
What time is it?
This was your breakfast.
Yeah. So like, what time? Like, is it like still super early, or
it's not? It wasn't an early breakfast.
This
It was
was
a
a
bit of a.
brunch.
It was a bit of a late breakfast. It's around noon
Yeah, it's a
at this point.
brunch.
Okay.
It's like noon 30.
Where the 3 of you want to go before I make my way over to Gorthos?
I think Ronan would go into the kitchen and get that second helping of fish that he requested previously,
Heck yeah.
and would then heckin' go up to his room / currently Albera's room.
I'm gonna take fish to the fish.
It's like, man, it's pretty late. She hasn't eaten anything.
I'm gonna take your measuring tape, charcoal, thank you. Swipe, I'm actually gonna take this fabric to my room too because I want to look at it.
You make your way upstairs. Polo makes their way upstairs. Marco and Gallon.
Up.
You can go upstairs as well, Gallon.
All right,
You
have
will
a good
be
time.
Making your way up. Marco, where are you headed?
Um,
As you look around the room and you just see the magic frog looking at you, watching your every move.
well, I don't have much else I can really think of that Marco wants to do in particular, so he's probably gonna go down to see how the whole smithing stuff is going on.
Well, let's go ahead and see what's going down with the smithing stuff.
See what's going on with that.
As Gorthos, you don't need to eat.
Yes.
You don't have to eat. You don't have to
Probably.
eat breakfast brunch with everybody. You would have taken.
How can anyone eat? There's work to be done.
Exactly. You would have taken the motley crew of specialists down to your guys' basement. At which point, they would look around and be like, "How come you have a fucking like half like a freaking not stadium, but like a gym-sized fucking room in your basement whenever your house is like maybe 30 feet wide? What the fuck?"
Well, you see,
Anyway.
the destination's over here.
You bring them over. Again, they are. You see that several people around here are doing their own thing. You see that some people are guarding the entrance, heading off toward the cave off to the side. You see that there are a couple of people seemingly just checking out different things. You see that both Ellen and Riva are still peddling their goods off to the side. As you guys make your way off into the main area over here, you step in front.
There'll be no capitalism down here.
You step in front of the large gate-like doorway that had been lit up with your defeating of Shephos all that time ago.
Yep.
And as you did, As soon as you approach it, you spread your arms wide, and the opening reveals itself, allowing for all of you to step your way in. Stepping in, they would find themselves looking around the altar room for quite a bit before you show off where you think things should go. And both the large man and the one that seems to be carrying the lumber goes over to check out the area around. They do ask Park to hold on to some of their measuring tools and things like that, but Park seems to mostly be here as like, I'm here to help.
Yep.
I'm not really a specialist. Thank you for inviting me. As you see that the one that they referred to as the carpenter seems to be staring off around the different areas around here, and Smith just sort of sits back and stands over with you. This is their expertise. I'm not something for making furniture and things like that.
Well.
So why you got a crypt in your house?
Well.
Looks over toward the two coffins on the other side of the room.
That, yes, well. This place was haunted by a Gomez once. So I had to clean up a little. We just keep them. We've not decided on what to do with those.
I'm telling you now, the people I brought here, they can make something out of nothing. And he looks around the room. I'm not saying this is nothing, but this isn't a forge. We could probably set some things together and try to figure out ventilation and the like, but it won't be cheap.
This project, Orthos assumed it wouldn't be, but he can't explain it. This place, it feels right to work in Orthos. You can't explain it.
He sort of walks up the little stairs here, leading to the like little plethora of this place, standing up there, looking around the room between the two pillars. I guess it does have a bit of a nice feel to it. You see him close his eyes and sort of like just start like listening in. You take note because you do remember that when Marco is around certain places that are of a more kind of godly or holy persuasion, he does seem to be more comfortable. You know that Hylians in general are a lot more amicable to things like that. As he stands there and looks around, you see that he seems to halt and look down at the altar beneath you. You already got a nice table.
Perhaps. Orthos is not entirely decided on what to do with this. Not build more onto it, use it for something else.
There's two things you can do to it, to my knowledge. Sort of like wipes his hand over it. You into doing blood sacrifices?
How about that Gomez beat?
I'd suggest enchanting table.
Truly. It can be done to do that.
This has a magic about it that I can feel. Something like this, I would see, would make some good enchanting work. I'm not sure if it would take any of the persuasion of this area around, or if it's fully customizable or anything like that. It's already built here, but it'd be a shame to destroy it.
Of course, I had no intention of destroying it. But enchanting, you say?
You're so opposed to destroying things?
Well, things that are so ancient. Sacred. Orthos knows it's a holy place.
I get
Despite
you. Me and you, we make things. These guys here, he motions around everybody, they reuse. Builders like them, they take trees, they take stones, they take, hell, broken down old places like this, and they repurpose things. If we were to destroy this here, he like puts a hand on the altar, we'd make it something else. I'd say it'd be a shame, but I'd also not be against it. This place has seen a lot of darkness. Perhaps even something is seeping into it itself. You say a Gomez was here. I'm not really entirely sure what that is. I know that I came in right after that thing was exorcised.
A horrible, horrible undead that reaps the souls of its victims and traps them within its scythe.
But I'd say that it could very well be something different. Maybe it wants to be. Either
It's
way,
funny how some things seem to have a will of their own.
either way, I try not to get too fixated on something in the here or there. Sometimes things do need to be taken down before something else can be built up. I see where you're coming from, though. As a fellow creator myself.
Gorthos wished he could show off the things he's made, but they're all so lost. We used to have a great forge a long time. Up on Death Mountain.
Death Mountain. I heard from several people that they found a forge off in that place. I'm not sure if it's entirely Death Mountain, but there was recently an opening in a dungeon that we apparently lost a great hero to. Deep within, we saw a forge big enough for a moblin.
What was that hero's name?
Domran.
That name again.
Apparently he was a champion before all of you. Champion of Hyrule. Unfortunately, I don't really know much about him.
Marco knows something.
Either way, apparently they found a forge there big enough for a moblin. Not sure if there's anything to be learned from something like that, but ancient technology and all that.
You would be shocked to know what such things are capable of, especially in terms of creation. Well, they may not look it. And these are certainly on the list of destinations. Especially now. But that's the future. That was now. Now, Gorthos must fixate on what his companions need. Which means we need to get this forge set up.
Speaking of which, he raises a hand up and calls the carpenter over. See what you think. There's not really a lot around, but I can do it. Hear that, Gorthos? I finally have a place to sleep.
Pardon?
Did you not tell him? I called her over because I knew that you didn't have anywhere you probably sleep. Especially after what you showed me the other day. I know you bring me somewhere that you'd be wanting to make a forge, so maybe there'd be a place for you to relax as well. If we make a wall around here, maybe put a door here, motions to the altar behind. I think that'd be a bit much, bit grandiose. Huh, people can be grandiose.
Grandiose. For the moment, Orthos doesn't need such a thing. Besides, it would get in the way of all the enchanting. We put it there.
Oh yeah? Don't think I didn't see what I saw outside. You'll need somewhere to put that, don't you?
Well, this is no idea what you could be referring to.
Come on, who else wouldn't want to display a big skeleton like that? I'm sure the creature you defeated for it was immense.
Gorthos really should put a tarp over that or something. Well.
She motions over toward the other side, where the large pillar is. I was thinking maybe putting some amenities over there, having somewhere to sleep behind this altar here. And if you really do want to display things, I think that would be for the grandiose part over here. If you really wanted to display that big skeleton here, I'd say we could move the coffin slightly off to each side, maybe even make a few display racks for anything you create or for any more of your game that you seem to have taken an interest in.
Displays. There would need to be quite a few different racks of varying sizes.
Believe me, I can do it. Whatever you think you want, I can do. If you wanted me to make you a frame to put that thing on outside, I can make you the strongest frame possible.
Gorthos intends to make the strongest weapons and armors this world has ever seen. Do you think you can make some things to aid in that?
That'd be where they come in. Motions over toward the others who are over on the other side, just like taking a lot of measurements.
He was meaning more a proper display to show off their grandeur.
I could do that.
Gorthos is counting on you, Dad.
I may not look it, but I am coming from a bit of a legacy of carpenters.
Hey.
My father, my grandfather, and further down.
This legacy is famous.
She can do it. That being said, it does come down to payment at that point. I did mention to you none of this is going to be for free, right?
Of course, Gorthos would never assume that.
That being said, I don't think you have the coin for it, so to
Not
speak.
this person. He only has a small wallet. It's so hard to find paper wallets these days.
I heard one was being sold out in the general store. But
Yeah.
if you only have what's in there, you're not going to be able to afford that either.
Gorthos will, of course, be speaking with the others about that. He isn't entirely allowed to hold on to all of them.
What I will say, we're going to start on this. We'll give you an estimate, and we can work something out later.
Of course. Gorthos entirely intends to pay any cost that's necessary.
And I'm sure you have plenty of time to do it, right?
When you go as many places as Gorthos and his companions, money seems to follow.
All right, then. I guess I'm ready to do this. He looks over toward her. As he does, you see him pull out. A large wallet himself out from his small satchel off to his side. He places it down onto the altar. There we go. Price for materials, price for work, and a little bit extra for all of us having to chill out throughout this. Pleasure doing business. She takes the rather large satchel. As she does, she seems to put it away, starts walking over to the others. We have the go-ahead, boys. As Smith gives a bit of a wave and looks over to you. I'll front the cost for now.
You're too generous, Smith. Truly.
Oh, don't worry. I'll take my cut when it's over.
Gorthos will make sure to make good products to put on your shelves as well.
You know exactly what I want to hear, Gorthos.
He's
Especially
been
if you
around a
really
while.
are as good as you say you are.
There's no being alive or dead as grand as Gorthos when it comes to these things.
We'll put it to the test. You with your forge, mine with mine later on.
Of course, that being said, first thing Gorthos must do is create a bow and some rings. Or perhaps one singular powerful one. So much to do, so many possibilities. How does this enchantment? He turns to the altar.
You're looking for a bow.
Gorthos is going to create one.
Well, if you're looking to create one, you need a forge.
Hmm.
You have all that metal, right?
Indeed, and a particularly unique bowstring he has in mind.
Well, then come on, let's get out of here. We've already paid them. As long as you don't think they're going to get in any trouble, let's head back to my shop.
There's nothing in here worth taking. It's mostly empty boxes, even the coffins. Which begs the question to Gorthos, why were they even in here?
You want them to stick
Wait.
around?
It's time to
If
get
you want
to work.
anything, if you want anything to change, you need to let them know at some point.
Of course, everything seems fine for now. There's work that must be done.
Okay.
He just needs to bother Gallon and Lewin, and also remember where he put that bowstring.
Saw that column whenever I was walking in as well.
Oh yes, that was from our latest escapade. Pulled a chunk off a great. He was walking. I just talks about like how he pulled that off how he pulled that out of there.
As you would make your way out, you guys would eventually start making your way off toward Smith's Forge, I'm guessing. Upon going there, again, people would still be eating. You would just kind of walk past. I'm like, whatever, hey guys.
Also, Gorthos, you know one of those coffins generates money.
Gorthos already emptied the money out.
Yeah.
It's fine. Let's just destroy them now. Squeaky, I was ending things very, very quickly for a reason. Don't worry.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
I just want.
Yeah.
He's so hyper.
Yeah. No, thank you very much. If I didn't notice that, I would have needed to notice. But thank you.
As I'm trying to end this quick.
We're not gonna end things. We're gonna do something as well because you're gonna be getting your things done. However, I wanted to move things away for a moment because it was brought to my attention several times in chat. I can't just stop what I'm doing whenever things like that. I have to continue things. It was brought to my attention several times in chat that first off, before anything, there was a $10 donation about 3 hours ago, and I feel really bad about it. But whenever it happened, I think we also had like 2 resubs happen right after it. So like I didn't even notice it. I thought it was just resubs. But there was a I'm guessing it's American Jake. Oh my God, is that Gallon? Gave $10. Said, oh my God, is that Gallon? I love that guy. And his friends Sheepy, Boney, Himboey, and Kersey. Inspiration to all. I thought that was funny. I noticed that a little bit ago, but then again, we were in the middle of the dinner thing whenever that happened, and it did slip my brain. But more recently, there was another donation from Your Second Shadow, who donated $300.
Oh.
Jesus fuck.
And it says to the blank fund. And extra already if the filled to the Triforce peeps. There is no extra because the blank fund was recently done, and there were going to be some extra things going down.
Now you have filled
now it's
it
done
once
again.
more.
So now it is done again. Last time we did
2 costs.
Last time we did get whenever we did it, we were making new abilities for people. So people are going to start off with extra abilities from their new classes whenever things go down. So that's going to be something that is going to come in. That's going to be pretty fun. However, this time, in the past like several minutes, I've had time to think about it because I didn't have to immediately go, "Oh my God, $300!" Thank you very much. You're very generous. But
Also generous people.
this time, I'm going to say that we're gonna do a mass upgrade because you guys haven't had ability to upgrade your things recently. So I'm gonna be giving each of you guys with this new blank scroll fund the ability to upgrade any of your abilities.
I just remembered. I already know what I'm going to upgrade.
As I'm giving each of you an upgrade, thank you very much, Your Second Shadow. Much appreciated, my dude. Thank you very much, American Jake, as well, who I'm assuming that $10 was from. But you guys are super generous to us. I'm sorry again for not responding immediately. I do get into other things, so it does sometimes fall to me seeing it a little bit later. So I'm very sorry about that. I need to freaking. All right, you have. Is that frog-spiration for you, or is that for your boy? I can't even remember. I'm just gonna give you guys new inspirations.
Do you know what this upgrade means, Deco?
What does this upgrade mean, my dude?
I can finally dual wield 2-handed weapons.
Hey, let's go!
Because I'm upgrading Warrior's Instinct again.
That's gonna be good.
And that applies to all of my skeleton.
I think if I put it in monster tracker, that means I get another favorite enemy, huh?
You do get another favorite enemy if you upgrade that. However, I'll also remind you guys that if you do want to upgrade abilities, we could also use these upgrades on your new abilities as well.
That's what I was thinking.
So it's up to you if you want to use them now or if you want to use them when you get your new abilities, obviously.
Yeah. Well, I'll hold on to it for a bit. I'm gonna think about it.
Rain check.
I would say think of your current abilities and see if you want to upgrade anything, and if you have anything in particular, go for it. But also, if you wanted to hold on to them for whenever you get your new abilities, which by the way, you guys are getting 3 new abilities now instead of just the 2 from your starting classes, because I was gonna only give you guys 2 abilities for your starting classes, but because of the last blank scroll fund that happened, you guys are getting 3. And it's basically gonna put you on par with your other 2 freaking classes at that point, because some of you only have 3 abilities with some of them.
That is a question, Dika. Were we turning the spell curse into the sorcerer one, or is it staying as a thief?
You'll see.
Because if I upgrade, I want to upgrade having another slot in me to put magic in.
You'll see, my dude. You'll see.
Okay.
But with that being said, thank you guys very much. And again, if you can think of anything you want to do immediately, like I'm not gonna freaking shake my head if Gallon just all of a sudden says, no, I want to upgrade my fucking talking to gods ability. I want to talk to gods whenever the fuck I want. Fuck you. I'm kidding.
No.
I'm not gonna tell you guys no to upgrading any of your current abilities. If you really find something you want to do, we can still talk about things like that. But it would be probably beneficial to wait until you get your new abilities. I'm probably just gonna make them at this point because we still haven't gotten to Gallon's thing. And from what I saw earlier in chats, people are thinking that I'm hyping something up super hard, and I'm not really. It's gonna be just as cool as all the other abilities. It's not.
No, this isn't gonna be cool, guys. It's just we're doing other things. We're not there yet. That's literally it.
There's just been a lot of things going down. Everybody keeps catching everybody up with things.
Arguably, everybody else is cooler because at least you haven't seen those before.
I mean, technically, yours is gonna be super fucking. I think it's gonna be super fucking cool.
Oh no, it's gonna be dope for me. I wasn't saying that. I wasn't saying it wasn't awesome, but I'm saying they've technically already seen it.
But yes, with all that being said, those are what the 2 blank scroll funds are going to be used for: the extra ability for the new classes and the upgrade to any ability that they have. So that's going to be fun. Gorthos, as you would be making your way out to Smith, first things we have to do before anything, there's going to be a ton of rolls that you need to do because you're forging.
Yeah. Yes.
First thing you're going to have to do is you have quite a lot of scrap that you want to try to forge into stuff. So I would like you to first, before anything, I need you to give me 5 d20 rolls with your diligence, please. Because I need to know how many bars you're making with these scraps.
5 d20s, huh?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if I've used this yet or not.
You can use it.
I'm just gonna hold on. I'm gonna hold on that because I need to make a goddess metal ring too. Fuck it. Let's
roll me one more time for this first one because Emerald.
Oh, thank you.
Well, plus your 2, that is a 14. Okay,
right.
I will make a note of that. Next one, Nat 20.
Okay.
All right, I'm just gonna give you 3 on that one. Next, 18. I will give you the 2
dirty
there.
20.
5. Reroll that because of BWT.
Oh, right. 15.
All right, and last one.
2.
I believe you will fail that one, but that's fine. You got almost max for everything else.
Bullshit. Cringe. Not good enough. Failure. I'm gonna kill myself.
So that
Cringe plus L plus ratio plus fell off.
Don't you fucking ratio me.
You're going to be able to make 9 bars of metal from that. It's not cursed metal either. Good for you. But you are making 9 bars of hardened iron. It's not exactly steel, but you know it's kind of steel. You know what I mean?
Can it survive? Can I use this to make a weapon that'll have power shot on it? Let me ask that. Now that I'm a knight with keywords, can I intend for that?
Who knows, man? Let's get into that in a second.
Cool.
Let me give you your bars very quickly because you might not use all of them right now.
And also, you
You
have
don't know
all
my
these-
machinations. I'm making a fucking giant's great bow.
You have all these
Here,
goddess
fellow.
points. Don't forget.
I know. I see. Don't you worry.
And just get another fleeting. Hell yeah.
Hey, thank you. Can I reroll?
Hardened iron bar. Do-do-do-do.
I'm just like times 9.
You
I
also know
guess
that
it
these
was.
are extremely heavy.
Cool.
So it would be very hard for you to take these out from where you are. But again, given enough time, you can move these between here and your home.
Hopefully, these will be used in the creation of something grand.
Because these are hardened iron, 1000% if you wanted to try to do something. Because the keywords for you, by the way, because you are somebody with keywords and you are somebody that can do things like that, you can only give keywords to things that would potentially be able to have those keywords. So, for example, when it comes to the hardened iron here, because it's hardened, you can definitely make something with some sort of a power shot or something capable with it. Mostly because it is something that might not immediately explode upon being used with something like that, which is good for you.
Considering.
Also,
This is for
I
Polo,
believe that
so-
with Polo, doesn't Polo just get that?
I can't remember the conditions in which we got power shot. I don't know if it was because she was bow training or it was.
Yeah, I believe that was your training.
Kind of bow. Yeah, because I know she trained with Gorthos.
Yeah, so
but I
Polo
don't
already
know if
has
it-
power
Yeah.
shot.
I want to
you
make a
just
weapon
need to
that
make
can withstand it.
Exactly. You just need to make a weapon that can withstand power shot.
Is there any way else to make certain keywords appear on a weapon?
Keywords come either with the weapon or through training with a weapon.
Understood.
If you're wanting to put a different keyword onto a weapon, I would say that might be beyond your current blacksmithing. But
That's fine.
But whenever you get your own forge, maybe.
Yeah, we got this.
Quick, throw 1,000 upgrades into it.
It's like it's beyond your current thing. It's like, oh, is it upgrades blacksmithing?
Actually,
It's like, fuck you,
Loads in
blacksmithing.
power.
fuck you, explain blacksmithing.
Because again, just read your blacksmithing for a second. Those
Yeah,
are
thank
time, blah, blah, blah. When you're going to stabilize item, blah, 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 blah. Materials, master, craftsman, or advantage. Once craftsman attains a certain level of mastery, they may be able to create master recipes, blah, 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 blah. Basically, again, you are working off of recipes. And your recipes are things you've had, things you've trained with, things that you have held. So that's why you are able to make able to make staves, you're able to make swords, you're able to make any basic weapon that you have used since becoming Gorthos this time, you can create.
Sick. Alright, time to make a fucking bow. So I had an idea for
And you're also
Polo's bow.
you're also wanting to use the heckin' thingy, right?
Some goddess metal, yeah. But that's there's 2 items I want to make in goddess metal.
Where is your
One-
goddess metal?
I thought I grabbed.
It's in my inventory, in my super safe box of safety.
And where is your
Bridge.
bowstring at?
That's a good. That's what I was saying. Like I would probably get Gallon and Polo to help me get these things first while I go up before I go out. They get
Okay,
them. I think
so-
Polo has the Goma tail.
Pretty sure. I think we put it in Clavier's inventory because we couldn't carry it all.
Ah,
It's probably there.
yeah.
Let me check it out.
I just reach into like Larry, just pull it out like a fucking kit, like a fucking suitcase.
Larry.
Thank you, Larry.
Goma whiptail.
Just like unhinge Clavier's jaw and just reach in there.
No, you could have asked for it on your way out.
No,
Yeah.
this idea better.
And as far as Gallon is concerned, on Gallon's way up, you could have potentially asked Gallon for some of the goddess metal.
Oh, hi, Polo. What do you?
Well, this requires goddess metal for his forging. Thank you. Goodbye.
I don't know, Gallon. He seems like he's rather freaking like very particular about that. Come on, like he didn't even ask you really properly, did he?
Yeah, I know. What the fuck?
Porthos is in a rush. He must create.
You can still be civil while you're trying to create. Also, here's the diamond dust and fist-sized ruby.
Thank you. Also can make good use of these.
Is Gorthos gonna compress the ruby? Who's gonna compress the ruby?
That's for Gorthos to figure out. Clearly.
Yes, it is.
I thought Argo was gonna do it because he was the one that suggested it. He's gonna break it.
It will be fine. You see how many? You see how much goddess guidance I have over here?
He's just gonna keep wiggling his fingers, and then after like half an hour, you just hear.
You said you're handing over what else, Jake?
The diamond dust and the ruby.
Okay, where'd the diamond dust go?
It's you never gave me an
I
item
never
for it. It's
gave
just
you the
been
thing
listed on
for
my
it. I'm a
on my
dumbass.
thing, and I left an empty space in the super safe box for it.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, Jake.
I know, shame on you. I stole this games ago.
All right, we don't have to do anything, but Ruby and the diamond dust. My bad. I did not mean to hurt you so.
Nimbus
No,
never
right?
came in. Nimbus never came in for breakfast.
Galen
Yeah,
steals
that's
very tactfully. In fact, I think he's stolen more canonically than Marco.
Nimbus never came in for breakfast because he's eating all your fucking bananas.
What do
He
you
just-
mean? What do you mean
he
come
just
in for breakfast? I'm already eating breakfast.
You
It
just
just
like
cuts
you just
to
like
him in a
look at
tree.
us.
He's
Just that-
fucking passed out on the tree like a cat.
You remember in Banjo
I
Kazooie?
was thinking like the banana's just like physically stuck in his mouth. Like,
You just see him
Remember-
laying down in the garden, his stomach exposed and banana peels everywhere.
It's like the fucking thing from Donkey Kong 64.
This
It's
is
like
the
they
most
feed the
vulnerable
banana.
we have ever seen Nimbus.
And you look at it and you're like, nah, it's still fatal. Still fighting.
Fucking having a potassium overdose.
All right, Gorthos, it's your
Yeah.
fucking time, my dude.
It's time. So I have a couple
You have
ideas.
all of these things. I'd like to know: do you want to wait to find someone who can compress this ruby?
Myth, do you know how to compress a root?
No idea.
Have you ever heard of that? Gorthos doesn't remember.
The only time I've ever heard of something like that is through magical means. People usually do things like that, make items that are found in dungeons and things like that.
Gorthos can create an item that can only.
Anytime we've ever seen compressed gems of any kind, we've found through, again, dungeons or their items that were within.
Where did Argo go when Gorthos needs him?
I'll be back within the hour.
Gorthos doesn't want to waste the opportunity to make an even more powerful item. When he has all the diamond dust, it's about wasted.
Also, you would have got these before you got the iron bars, so you have room for them all in your inventory.
Cool. Gorthos.
I guess
Would
you
you
have
re-
to worry about making one thing over the other right now. You're working on a bow, right?
Yes, that was Gorthos' intention, but now it's annoying him.
Do you think how many things do you think you can make in a day?
Yes.
Confident.
Hmm.
He just goes and sits down. Well, watch out for the lunch rush. No one's coming. Take over. I don't care.
Good. Gorthos not going to actually help anyone anyway. He's far too busy. Let's bow. So I've been bouncing ideas about this bow in my head for a while.
Mm-hmm.
I want to make this thing fucking special. And the thought has only just crossed my mind because I see in my pockets I forgot to hand off the treasures back to Ronan.
Mm-hmm.
And those are magical, right?
What are you talking about?
The treasures.
Oh yeah, the sapphire treasure and the emerald eye.
They radiate magic, right?
Yes, they are
Cool.
extremely
So-
precious and extremely. They're literally only one of each of them in existence.
He's not going
and
to
they're
use them in the
They're the
fucking crafting.
treasures of the people.
He's not gonna crush the fucking treasures.
I guess
He's not a
the world is
psycho.
doomed.
He's not a fucking lunatic. He knows what he's here for. But I've been thinking, since we have some goddess, we have 2 bits of goddess metal. Like maybe I can use one for this. I want to make this bow. I want to enchant this bow to infuse arrows with magic.
That
When
is
they fire
something
it.
beyond your ability to enchant.
It's
You
beyond
can't-
Smith's ability.
There's being able to just channel any kind of magic through a bow. That is a big enchantment.
Then maybe I'm saying, you know how Marco stores magic and then uses it?
Yes,
Can I make a bow?
you
hold
cannot.
magic
You cannot
charge?
make a bow that is the equivalent of Arco's card now, or of Marco's card now. Again, like when it comes to things, you are a blacksmith who dabbles in enchanting. If you were an enchanter, I would be full on like, yes, let's fucking attempt to do something humongous like that. But you are a blacksmith first. You are able to make fantastic things, but they're not necessarily things that are immediately something you would say is like a dungeon item, at least yet, obviously. You can make really good weapons.
But really good magic effects are right now out of that.
Right
So-
now out of that, because again, you don't have any real enchanting recipes. You don't really know much about. Even if you did, again, you would be able to do minor enchanting things. If you were to ask Smith, Smith can do slightly more than you, but Smith is just a dude. He's like, yeah, I will make you basically the master sword. Let's fucking go. One thing that you can do, that you do know that you can do, is you could infuse your essences with things, such as your Poe essence or your Witch's essence, to have certain effects added onto items. That's something we've always been able to do with these things. And we would be able to give them special properties because of the blessings. But that's not necessarily enchanting. That's more using your blessings.
Okay.
So let's say you wanted to use your Witch's essence, your Witch's blessing on this to try to infuse some kind of magic within this bow. You could do something like that, but we would have to decide what that was based on what the blessing can do, based on what the blessing is about. Similar to how we made like the gauntlets for Roland over here. I keep on want to say Roland whenever I see the Roland thing.
That's funny.
Yep. That's
Yeah.
me.
That me.
How his
That's
gauntlets
Roland.
basically are invisible until he decides for them not to be, and can kind of like be summoned onto himself. He did that with the Poe's blessing.
You know, that makes me think that like there are like we've dealt with incorporeal enemies. We've dealt with Gomez.
Yes.
Would which either of these blessings make it possible for a minor effect of being able to hit the incorporeal?
Either one of these could do that.
Which I mean, the projectile's fine, not the fucking bow, because why would Polo be going into melee? That's a death sentence.
1,000%. Either one of these could do something like that. If you wanted it to be to where each of these could go against like that kind of a resistance, like making it to where the item itself could hit things that could not normally be able to hit things. Obviously, the arrow is not the actual thing, blah, blah, blah. You could definitely do something like that with either one of these. Because witches, we would say you were doing it through freaking magic and blah, 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 blah. Whereas like the Poes were saying, oh, you're doing it through spiritual bullshit. Like you could do something like that with either of those. And honestly, I would consider that a secondary effect to whatever the main effect of this would be.
Okay.
These blessings are hot shit.
They
Like,
are.
They're not something you have to worry about having like a small effect with.
Okay. Last big question, I guess. Enchanting with light, high level, low level,
High level. Again, putting
High
any
level.
sort of actual
magical
enchantment, because right now the biggest thing you guys have seen as far as enchanting is concerned is from Obra. And Obra can make enchanted arrows, but maybe not a bow.
Right. That's right. I forgot you could do that. Fuck me. All right. Cool. I need to work with Obra for a bit, but we'll do that later. I have a bunch of iron now. Let's see. primary, I guess, enchant. If I want to enchant with something, let's
make the weapon
Yeah.
first.
Weapon first. Then, like, I imagine this is exactly what Gorthos is going through his head right now. What magical? Wait, I need to wait. I need to make the thing first.
It's like, wait, I got an idea. Let's melt down the diamond spear.
Absolutely
and
not.
make
There's
a
still
bow
something
out
in,
of it.
there's still something in there that needs to pay for its audacity. Then we can worry about what Gorthos is going to do to the spear itself.
Okay. In order to work with a bow, and you're trying to use the special monster part that you had gotten that was harvested from the thing.
This hyper long tail. Can I just take a piece out of it to make a bowstring?
We will see, because again, whenever we go to make things, we have to roll to see how well you do things and how much of the thing you use.
All right. I know what I'm using most of these fucking goddess points for.
At the most, if you were to make a bow, at the most you would be using this much stuff.
Okay.
You would be using up 3 of your irons and the entirety of the whiptail. At most.
At the most.
Yes. There's if you fuck up at that point, you just make a bad bow. But this is what the items you would use for it.
Right.
As we are going to be going into that really quick, you have so many fucking fleetings.
Holy crap!
It's almost like crafting is.
Low key. Can we use this? Can my first roll be the bowstring? Please.
You are making the bow first.
It's fine. We'll just have to give you more for the string.
It's fine. We just have to do more.
I have to do so much more. Jesus Christ, just keep marking that.
All right. So
let's go.
First attempt at doing the bow. You're wanting to make this rather good, right?
I want this to be the best fucking bow I can make with my stupid wizard hands.
Okay. I am going to arbitrarily. I'm just gonna roll a.
I'm putting some high-level boss music on for this because this is what it feels like for me, honestly.
Yeah, things fucking held up for it again. I'm gonna have to return it on again anyway.
I didn't even realize my bot stopped. I was too engrossed in my ideas.
All right. Let's go ahead and you want hype music? Let's go.
Yes.
I got it. I got you, my dude.
Is it gonna be what I think it is?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah. You are so predictable. It's unreal.
Fine.
I didn't say turn it off, bitch.
Fine.
Bunga bungas. You're an asshole.
No,
just Rowan. You just hear Rowan screaming as he's like being forced to play the song across the town.
Why me?
Here we go. We're ready to go.
I'm hacking in.
Gorthos.
Party.
First roll. I know what this is going to create because I rolled on that D4 over there. So,
yeah.
Let's just see if you can keep up with the demands of this big item.
Let's fucking go.
I need you to first things first. This is still just for the bow. And this is the one you're going to have a lot of fucking fleetings on. So I will make it, I'll make it the most complicated roll. Fuck it. Roll me for your diligence.
I'll roll 8 times.
Roll me 8 times for your diligence.
It would be really funny if, like, the first one was a 20.
It'd have been funny. I would have laughed.
3, 4.
You have 4 more rolls. Two more rolls.
Oh, come on!
Last roll.
I've got to grab the Gorthos die. Shit. Fine. It'll be fine.
One more roll.
I love the tail. I want to keep the tail, but we have goddess points for that. It's fine.
One more roll.
That's not true.
One more roll. So the highest was a 14.
14, 15, 16, 17. Wait, 18 with this.
14, 15, 16, 17, 18. All right, I will jot that down. As you begin to work with your metal, you are able to get it within a decent amount of shape. You start envisioning in your head what exactly you need for the bow, the curvature. You start noticing how heavy it should be. You hollow out certain points of the metal just so that it can be used, but you don't want to hollow too much because, again, knowing how Polo is going to use this, you do not want to have the bow break itself just like the last one did.
Mm-hmm.
As you continue forward, as you begin hollowing out some of the metals, I need you to roll me again for the bow.
Cool.
Hold on, we have to get another one.
Oh, I can't give any more. Oh shit.
It's 3 at a time, man.
3 at a time, yeah.
three a day.
3 a day, and I used them all up. Oh fuck.
First roll. Roll me one more time.
I threw 3 goddess points over there.
Oh, okay. Let's get the goddess points one done first, then.
Okay.
One more
So that
goddess
was the
point one.
second one. Yep.
All right. Roll me 4 more times. 13.
13. Well.
14.
14.
16.
16.
Last one.
Oh, one more? Oh,
Yep.
fuck.
16 plus your
So,
diligence there. 2.
18.
And the last roll for the bow itself. As you begin looking through things, you get the curvature right. You feel like it probably will have enough bend when it's done. You are going to be quenching it. You're going to be smoothing it out, getting the right amount to it, making sure the dimensions are perfect. I need you to roll me for your experience.
I forget how many of these we can use. We can use like 3 goddess points at a time, right?
You can use as many fucking goddess points as you want to.
Ah, diggity day.
You can only use 3 of your spiralations at a time. You can use as many goddess points as you want.
Woo! Let's roll.
11.
So 11 start. 9. 4.
One more for the goddess
Come on.
points.
Come on.
And one more for the fleeting that Squeaky gave you.
Fucking. Come on. So many 9s.
The highest was an
11.
11 there, but it was with your experience. So it did give you a +5.
Yeah.
So that is a 16.
I was
You
rolling with
find
+5.
and you create this bow. As you do, I will say, I will be minusing 1 from the total that I rolled earlier for things. However, it is, as you get it out and you see this bow, you test its flexibility, you test its weight, you're pretty sure, you even hand off to Smith, like, hey Smith, can you hold this? And Smith's like, yeah, I can fucking hold it, it's great. You can tell through Smith's hands that Polo can most likely use this.
Is it inaccurate to say that this forging for our friend who has no weapon is an extremely important thing? And that being said, can I use a hero point to stop you from minusing 1?
It's not dangerous and it's not heroic.
I'm making it 4 a hero.
You do not use up any of your or you do not save any of your iron, and it is not going to be the absolute grandest from that perspective. However, you do still have this, my dude.
Yes.
What if Smith tries to stab him while he does it?
Well, then, listen, Smith, I just need you to try and stab him. Don't ask why. Just do it.
It's training.
So, as you are preparing the string, you are slicing up as much as you think you need. You are collecting yourself. You are attaching it to the bow itself. You note that this string is extremely tough. This is not like any regular bow where you can potentially get this thing to release itself if need be. This is something you have to either untie, unknot, or cut. This is going to be an extremely strong string. I need you, when in use of the string, to see if you can save any of it. I need you to roll me for your diligence.
How much is too much?
Chico,
What's up, man?
and this is very unprecedented.
You cannot have it. You cannot pass your fleetings.
Okay then.
So I know
I'm
exactly
down
how
to
much is
roll
too
the
much.
game.
All right, so okay.
This is what people get for giving fleetings too early.
All right, diligence roll. That's 5. That's 9 roll. I need to make another weapon. 10 roll. I need to make another weapon out of this fucking tail. I need to keep as much as possible. Not a great start. So 9, 4, 15,
Okay.
Ooh, the highest so far.
3.
Last one for the guidance tokens. We're going into the fleetings now.
First fleeting. 12. 15. 8 more. Come on.
15.
15 again. Woo!
There we go.
And that, boys, is a nat 20.
Yes!
Roll the last one
Crit
anyway. Roll
fishing.
the last
Hell
one.
yeah.
Roll the
Fuck
last
it, double 20. I gain more tail. Oh,
Hell
that
yeah.
was almost. You saw.
That
It
was
was
a
almost.
good. That was a good thing to 20. As you use up the tail, not only did you not use up all of the tail, but you feel like you have enough for 2 more uses for the tail. You have used up 1/3 of the tail, and you feel like as you can section it off, you believe you can probably use it for two more projects potentially if you use up the same amount of tail.
Perhaps one day Vampire Killer will rise again, but not today.
We're also, because you're using the Goma tail, going to be adding in a keyword.
Ooh.
What's the keyword? +1 melee damage. Fuck!
As you have created this item, let me go and grab a thing for it.
Gorthos already. It's a name. Gorthos is naming this, so it has a soul.
What's your name in it, my dude?
It's called the Bellwether.
Ooh.
In parentheses, prototype version 1.
Bellwether prototype version 1.
There's no shiny bits on it yet, so yeah. It's a
Prototype beta. Trademark pending.
This would be a little bit more on the redder side. There we go. Perfect. As you have made the Bellwether, it is a hard iron bow with a Goma string for its bowstring. As you have messed around with it thus far, let me go ahead and just get us back to our regular soundtrack. Let's go back to our regularly scheduled soundtrack. There we go. We'll go to Majula. As you have created this bow can do power shot. Obviously, you feel like it's going to be able to live up to it as well. You're decently sure that it will not give in, no matter how much Polo uses power shot. First off, which is very good because Polo's last one went out after the first power shot they ever did. I think, or was it the second? It was one or the other. I can't remember.
I think it was the second.
Okay.
The first time was like it almost broke, and this time it did break.
Mm-hmm. As you have done this, you go and you put some regular arrows into it. You go and test it out in Smith's shop. He's just like, be careful, like flipping through a book, as he's just like watching you over top of it. As you go to use it, you feel that the wire is again completely stable, almost to a fault. As you do kind of push into it slightly, and as you do, you feel as if you could potentially, if given enough force, use this bowstring almost like a knife.
Ooh.
It isn't going to hurt anybody to use, but given enough force, you feel as if you could tremendously hurt somebody with this. We're going to be giving this bow a grappling property.
Ooh.
Ooh.
So if Polo were to use this on a beast or on somebody with around it, they could have advantage on grappling that person by basically bringing the bow around them and pulling back.
Did I just make a fucking garrote bow?
You did make a garrote bow, yes.
This is gonna be the best series of weapons that's ever existed.
Advantage on grappling. Grappling uses. Let me see here for a second, just making sure. What are Polo's stats going down? Just to see things. We'll say, yeah, why not? Advantage on grappling. Grappling uses finesse instead of its physique. And power shot resistant. You can type in the name. You can type in the name of this thing if you want to.
It's not done yet, though.
Taking these irons, they belong to me now.
They're mean now. It's not done yet. There's one last ingredient that must be added before this is the perfect cake, I guess. I don't know where this metaphor was going. I lost it. The pose blessing.
What are you wanting to do with the pose blessing?
I want it to enchant the bow to hit that which is usually unhittable.
That is something that I can give it. But again, I feel like that is a small thing this blessing can do. That is a back effect of this blessing.
What's the big? Okay, a big blessing.
You could, for example, similarly to how we have done things with Ronin, you could potentially have this thing be able to come to their hands, just sort of like, almost like summoning it. You could have it to where this thing could maybe even have like almost like a guided shot, potentially, which would be based on spirit or whatever, blah, 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 blah.
Can I make it so that any projectile fired from this bow will have a form of guiding on it?
If you were to do that,
projectile.
If you were to do that, I could make this bow a magical bow, and for example's sake, magical bows obviously in D&D and things like that can hit things that normally could not be hit. Something that completely disappears, it wouldn't be able to hit if I do this, but I could make the bow, if you wanted to give it a bit of a guidance kind of thing, I could make it a +2 bow.
Yeah, that sounds real good.
The Bellwether +2. That means not only is it considered magical as opposed to get over any sort of damage resistance, yada yada yada, as long as the thing is actually still there. You will also be able to fire this weapon, and anytime you fire with it, you will be firing with a +2 onto your modifier.
Would the +2 also apply to the grapple checks?
The +2 would not apply to the grapple checks, as you're trying to give it a guiding thing.
Gotcha. I just had to bring that up.
Yeah, the grapple check is. We're already given the grapple check. It's finesse based. Because again, this thing feels so strange. You're worried it's gonna, like, with enough pressure, sink into somebody. Nobody who's grappled by this thing is gonna fucking want to use all their strength to tear away from this.
Hey Vega, Gorthos needs your help for a second.
Now that it's been decided, some people also had an idea of like a life drain.
We could have potentially done something like that. I would say that if that were to happen, it probably wouldn't benefit Polo much.
No,
because Polo's always going to have low health at this point.
Yeah.
We could have potentially,
nice idea, though.
We could have potentially worked something with it, but I think this is much better for Polo.
Yeah, no.
For Ronin, though,
compared to most people, she needs to hit harder.
Or Marco and Ronin, though.
Those are good ideas.
I need to write something down. Hold on. Anyway, keep going. Yeah, I think the bellwether's ready.
Yeah, I think something like Life Drain would work, especially with heavy hitters.
Gorthos just like holds up this bow, it isn't glowing with Poe energy, and he just presents it to the smith. It is done.
Congratulations, Squeaky. You get to have 2 Poe blessings.
Oh, yay.
No, why does Gorthus that you have 2 Poe blessings?
Quiet you.
I hold I hold my 2 hot dogs.
Gorthos will take you off the list.
Listen, fucking, you already know what I want to make with mine.
This is, now that you have used the Poe blessings, this is the equivalent of anything you would find in a dungeon. Again, around the higher tier, with this being a +2 weapon. Like you know D&D. You know what +2 weapons are like. They're fucking great.
Yeah, they're all in 5e. They're one step away from the tier limit of plus weapons.
Mm-hmm.
So wait, is that +1 only to attacks, or did it also do the D&D thing to damage?
It's +2 to attacks because this game damage is a lot higher if we add 1 or 2 to something.
Yeah.
Because hells are a lot smaller here than they are in regular D&D. But it is still allowing people to hit a lot harder.
Yeah. So
easier,
just holds up.
You know what I mean?
He just holds up like in Zelda, like da na na na.
Da na na na.
Behold, Smith, the bellwether.
Why is it called the bellwether?
Gorthos just felt it inappropriate, considering.
He goes to stand up as he makes his way over to it. May I?
Of course.
He takes it. As he does, he sort of like flicks it around in his hand slightly. He looks
Careful with the string.
Like looks it over. You do see him testing the string slightly. You mind? He like looks as if he wants to draw it.
You may attempt to draw it.
He pulls out an arrow. He does what you do and does the test up against the target he has against the wall. As you do see it, he seems to hit rather well. Like he hit with around the same kind of ferocity you would, but like nothing like what you've seen Polo do.
Mm-hmm.
But as he does, he looks it over. All right, we can do that. It's for Polo, right?
Indeed.
Mind if I make an adjustment?
What did you have in mind, Seth?
That Squidward knows. There, now it's art.
He gives a smirk to you. I said I was an enchanter, right?
You are very much indeed so, sir.
I can't say that I can do much to it. You might need to get it re-enchanted at some point, either by me or someone else. But you see him look to it. A slight glow goes across the weapon before he seems to drop it out of his hand, and it seems to disappear.
Oh. Fascinating. What is that?
As he then looks back over to the target, he looks as if he starts to draw a bow, and then the bow reappears in his hands.
It's perfect.
Something like this.
For the first version, the Gorgles will make.
Just something for Polo. I can't really do this much. It's only going to last a little bit, but might be kind of fun. I can also make it make a little chime when it shows up if you want, for the bellwether.
Yes. Is there any way to make that permanent?
You get me enough material, and I can make anything. I can make any of my little enchantments permanent.
Gorthos will have to discuss that with others who have more powerful reagents than he. He was tasked to build a ring, though he doesn't have the gemstone quite ready for it.
Or the ring size.
As he holds it out, he looks to it. Give me 10 minutes to inscribe it, and if you ever want to help me make it permanent, I need some gold dust.
Gold dust. It should not be too hard to find.
We enchanters use a lot of dust in our enchanting.
Gorthos thinks about that and then pulls out 2 bags of diamond dust.
Yeah, like that.
Galen gave this to Gorthos for the creation of his ring. would infusing the ring with this make it easier to enchant?
If you want to leave the enchantment off, I guess at that point it would already be there for anybody who did want to enchant it.
He does not know the intricacies of dust and its use as an enchantment. This is Gallon's, not Gorthos's.
A lot of people who infuse dust inside of items, they mostly do it for the looks. That does give it a bit of a shine, if you wouldn't mind. But I would say it would be easy enough for an enchanter to enchant later on with the dust was already there.
Gorthos will consider this. If there's one thing Gorthos does understand about Gallon and his eccentricities, it's the flashiness that is almost as important as its function.
I'm going to roll for Smith before we get too far into this, because he might not be able to do both enchantments.
Yeah.
Especially the one that is basically the maximum enchantment he can do.
I give him a goddess token.
If you want to.
Anything for my compatriots.
First roll. Ugh.
I am 10,000% willing to burn
Second
everything
roll.
possible for everyone else's items, by the way. Damn.
He goes to attempt to inscribe both of them onto it. Unfortunately, he cannot do his highest enchantment. But whenever he gets it done, he hands it back. Couldn't get that one to stick to it. It only works in my hands, sorry. Though, I did make it to where whenever you draw the string, it makes a little bell sound.
Gorthos immediately draws the string.
You hear it like as soon as you do, you aim, you hear like a little ching-a-ling-a-ling right whenever you are, right whenever you're like on target with whatever you want to shoot.
This is perfection. Gorthos needs this enchantment recipe.
It's a simple one that I made myself whenever I was a kid. I have a bit of a knack for... He seems to like move his fingers and you see like a tiny little like spray of sparks come out. Very simple things like that.
Do not discredit yourself, Smith. You are a visionary.
I think they make things more fun.
If we cannot have fun with what we love, are we really doing what we love?
I guess I got it from my dad. There was a weapon that he had once that seemed to talk to him, and I thought that was killer.
That brings Gorthos back.
Either way, I'm sure she'll love this. That shouldn't wear off. It's not that hard of an enchantment.
Perfect. Gorthos hopes she does. Gorthos is very bad at giving gifts to people. He never truly knows what they'll like.
I'm sure she'll love it. If you need to change up its aesthetics at all or anything like that, you can probably find somebody who can mess around with its cosmetics. I think it looks fine, though.
It looks functional, but it is only the first one. Gorthos already thinks he knows how to improve upon it. He just needs more time and resources, things he does not have. But he can make it better. He feels it.
Well, go at it. I'm probably
Thank you for
probably gonna turn off the Smith for today. I did so much work. He just like puts his feet up. All right, I should probably go and tell those guys. He goes and puts them down. I'll walk back with you.
Gorthos feels reinvigorated. He feels he can make even more things than he had time. Why must there be so few hours in the day?
You guys go to step out. It's not like it's too late. Smith is just like turns around, locks the door. He's just like, "Oh, my work day. It's so over now."
Yeah, Gorthos acting like, "Oh, he has so little time left to make everything he wants to make."
As you guys will start making your way back. Marco.
Yeah.
You had said you wanted to go and check down on everybody.
Yeah.
At one point, you would have noticed that your boy Gorthos did check out as you would walk down. You would have walked down around the time that he would have asked the stuff from Gallon. But you would make your way still down to check on everything, make sure everything's going down. Where is your fucking token?
I'm still at the table.
Okay, there you are. I was looking for you forever. As you would make your way down, you start to go in, and you do find that there is the open area off to the side where the people will be working. You start to make your way over toward the altered area. As you do, you step into this place. Just like the last time you were here, you do feel a little bit, almost like, not like relief, but you do feel a little bit nicer upon coming into here. You hear the sounds of hammering away as you look over, and you see that the two builders seem to be laying down a foundation over to the side. You notice that the holding the center of it is just Park. He's just like, I'm helping. But you make your way in. You see they are diligently working over there.
That's good. That's good.
What you like to do, my dude?
So is there anything that I can help with? Refreshments? Anything of the sort?
Refreshments? I didn't think that was part of the job.
Well, why not? You're in our home, doing some work. I mean, how can we not be great hosts to people that I don't think Gorthos told us for coming?
Sure, go ahead. Little motions over to the others. They'll probably need just some water. I'm not really going to be doing any back-breaking labor, though, so anything fruity?
Alrighty. Coming right up.
You start making your way away. As you do, I would like you to, as you start to walk off, go ahead and give me a diligence check really quick.
Ah, yes, I can actually use my one.
You do have your fleeting.
I have my one fleeting from the beginning of the game. Let's see here. 5.
Luckily, you had the one fleeting from early in the game.
Luckily, I had the one
as
fleeting.
It changes the 5 into a 20. Son of a bitch!
Jesus Christ!
You do find that whenever you go up, you go to gather the drinks for them. You go to get some waters and some things like that. While you're up there, you find that you have quite a lot of lemons. There are quite a lot of fucking lemons in your house. Most likely because of all of the thing going on. You also have a lot of grapes, a lot of oranges. What would you like to make?
I don't know much about cooking, quote unquote. So how about let's go with Let's make like a fruit punch sort of drink with an orange, a grape, and the lemon.
You start just like mixing some fruits together. You're like, yeah, it's probably good. Put another one in. Yeah, it's probably good. Put another one in. Yeah, it's probably good. You're not
it's
a
probably
cook.
Good. I'm not a cook. I'm doing my best.
You're not a cook. You throw a couple of things together. I'm just gonna take one lemon, one orange, and one grape away.
Yeah.
Where
are all our lemons?
Ah, fuck! I forgot to give you guys lemons. I'll give you guys lemons later. There we go. Bleh. There we are. Use the lemon.
Oh yeah. Perfect.
No, we just planted the lemon.
Oh, did you?
we just?
We planted the lemon and the wild berry today, so that's why we don't have.
Oh, that's why. Okay, I'll get no lemons. You can't put lemon in it.
I can't put lemon in it.
Can't put lemon in it. You want to put a fruity vine in it, or a sweet vine?
How about carrot in it?
How about a fruity and a sweet vine?
Oh damn, feeling daring, aren't we?
This is cooking.
You sort of taste it. You sort of like you're more likely, like, if anybody were to be watching you, they would be like reminded of like fucking witches just throwing random things into their brews.
Surely he juiced the orange. He didn't just throw the whole thing in.
You probably juiced the orange and then threw the whole thing in. Who knows? It adds zest. You make like this fucking... honestly, like, Marco, as you taste it, you're like, this is probably fine. But like as soon as you like leave some over, you just see Rock go over and she's like, "Oh, can I have some of this?" And you're like, "Sure." And you
Sure.
she like gets a small drink of it. You walk away. She tastes it and she just goes, "Ah!"
For our lovely workers.
And
Does she stop him at all?
she does not. She looks at you weird, like, "Oh, that's a weird taste. That's way too sweet."
Perfect.
But you make your way back with your drinks. You put down the drinks onto the altar. You look back to them. You bring some water down as well for them. Obviously,
of
just
course.
you see there every now and then they do come over and go to get drinks of it. As the three men do try the punch, and each of them just go, water, please. You start to go like, "Oh
course.
damn, I fucked it up."
Oh fuck, I fucked it up. Oh well, I tried.
As they drink it, they're just like they kind of like shake their heads and go back over. You notice their productivity takes a bit of a hit. They're like, "Oh god, that's way too fucking sweet." As you see that the carpenter comes over, and as they do, they take a drink of it, and you just see that their eyes go wide as they do. They then look at the pitcher you brought it in and see like the mixings of the actual fruits inside, and then just like look to you. I love it.
You love it?
Yeah, it's perfect. I didn't realize you had a lot of fresh fruit up here.
Yeah, we have some.
Are you gonna bring more of this down? Just
If
asking.
you want more of it, I can keep making more if you want. I'm not sure how much I
Like
can.
all the time, like every time we're here?
Sure, I can
Good.
try.
Good. No, that's
If I'm around.
yeah, that's perfect.
Then-
Yeah, I can. Do you need anything to help with that?
Not really.
Good. All right. Good. All right. So it's not limited. This is not a limited thing.
Only limited by what we can get from our little crops. But
You crops? You made these? You have these?
well, yeah, we have a whole garden.
I see. Slurp.
Someone likes it. Hooray!
Slurp. Slurp. And you just have oranges and grapes and whatever this is in there. Like pull out
yeah,
one of the vines.
Oh yeah, that's sweet vine, and the other ones are fruity vine.
I see. All right. Well, I see. All right.
Yeah.
That's really interesting. I mean, if you wanted to, you could just bring these down, right?
Like the vines themselves.
Just like holds up like part of the apple peel. Not the apple, the orange peel.
You just want me to bring down the whole orange and the vines?
Well, I mean, if you felt like it. If you felt like just bringing... I mean, we have to eat too, right?
That is true. All right.
But yeah, we wouldn't want to ask for, like, actual food. And just some fruits. That'd be fine.
All right, then I could do that.
Wonderful. Well, no,
I guess
now,
people-
obviously. You don't have to right now. Well, we have this. If you wanted to, though.
Mhm.
Just
Sure.
Just if you wanted to.
Sure, he will go and do that. He will go and do. He's like, okay.
What would you like to bring down?
I will have to roll for a bit. I will have to roll something. Okay, he won't bring down a lot. He will bring down a good amount.
Mm-hmm.
He will. I hope nobody minds for this. I wasn't expecting this.
Who knows, man?
Damn. She didn't seem that interested in the grapes, so. Bam, and where's one of the sweet vines? There we go. Because we do have just a plethora of the vines, so bam.
You bring down a sweet vine, a fruity vine, and a hardy orange. As you bring them down, you set them down in front of them as they seem to as you were gone. As you look over, you see that they have completely already gotten through like about half of the pitcher you brought down.
Oh wow, you really like this stuff.
Oh, I mean, it's really good. I'm sorry. I mean, these guys don't want it, so I didn't want to have it go to waste.
Alrighty.
You bring down the orange as she just like takes it in her hand. She just like looks to you. So, do you need any work done?
Me in particular?
Yeah, do you need anything? I know that you have a big house. You didn't have a ton of stuff. I mean, I'm just basically watching these guys at this point. I'm a carpenter. I make furniture. I don't make forges. I'm just offering my apprentice as help. Motions over toward Park.
Oh.
I'm also supposed to build some walls and some bedding and things down here, but I mean, if you have anything for me to do as well.
You know, we do have. Would they even want that though? We have a off in the other direction. We have a large bathing pool, effectively, but there's not a lot of privacy areas for people to just change in there or whatever. Perhaps some form of
some curtains or maybe some sort of a split in there or something. I'd have to go see it. Would you mind?
Not at all. Let's go.
You go to bring her. You notice that she stops, grabs her glass, goes forward again, stops, fills it back up, goes forward again, stops, grabs the orange, goes forward again, waits for you.
All right.
As you go to lead them a little bit away from everything, you start to make your way back. You notice that as soon as you go into the bathing area, you just see Shefos standing in front of it, and you see inside there's just a sulking looking man with horns looking back from under the water.
Oh wow, he's been here for a while.
He's not clean. He keeps trying to get out when my back is turned.
You know,
Okay.
Today I learned that how farmers bathe their sheep is they put them in this weird pool and then they use a rod to dunk their heads in. And then because of the wool, they just float back up.
As you step in, you do note that she looks inside. You just hear as he's sitting in there. You just hear from her before stepping away. I heard that. She makes her way off to the side and looks around at the space that's here. I can make some sort of a waiting area here. Maybe a changing room of sorts, potentially. We need a little bit of help from that. Maybe a couple of chairs, couple of cabinets to place some things into. Makes her way around. There's a storage over here, but there's no real door leading off to it. Maybe something like that.
Maybe in the future something will open up there.
Steps away off to the side. This area seems to be mostly about the big boiler there, but it does look like there's a lot of places around the boiler. Maybe I could encompass this area, make a bit of a sauna.
Ooh, that'd be nice.
I'm just using the natural steam that would be around here. Motions up to the top of the boiler.
So, Deco, are these benches or are these just planks of wood on the ground?
They are things that seem to be beams going from the ground to the ceiling.
I did not know they were beams. Okay.
As she looks around.
Then why is a beam just right there in front of the boiler?
Well, if you look at it, technically the entrance to the boiler is off to this side.
Oh, I didn't even notice that.
They're basically looking at a top down of this thing. It has this is some sort of thing that seems to be opening up. There's a place for the steam to coming out from. It does seem to connect inward through these little pipey things into the actual water, things of that nature. It's also magic, so fuck off. It doesn't seem like this place was made by actual carpenters. It was made by a man named Lindo and myself.
It was made by the sage of creation.
Exactly, Lindo. I'm playing. But no, as she looks it over, that'd be the things I could think that I could add here. A waiting room, changing area, maybe a sauna over here. It might take a bit, though I can get some more of my boys down here to mess with it.
I think the others would really appreciate that.
As she stands there, she seems to be like absent-mindedly peeling the orange with like her fingers and like taking like a big bite out of it, like you would see like somebody do an apple.
You really like fruit, huh?
Oh, somewhat.
Kind of reminds me of some of the Sheikah I've seen around.
Huh, weird. Takes another bite, looks off to the area as if she is again like looking over toward the boiler and just kind of giving an assessment. I would say that this would take a bit of time, so I would, if I were to do this, it would probably cost a pretty penny. Though if you keep the drinks coming, maybe I'll do it in my own free will.
I'll see what I can do about that then.
Yeah, I'm guessing all you guys aren't going to be sticking around too much. You're champions after all.
We are definitely champions. We originally were coming here for a pit stop. And
Well,
then
be sure to
continuing
let
on our
somebody
way.
know to bring some more of that down.
All right, I will let someone know.
I should get back to my boys.
Alrighty. Thank you for your time, miss.
Thank you. She.
Oh yeah, I'm
gives
sorry.
a-
What's your name?
She looks back over to you. When you say "What's your name," Marco, I would like you to please roll me for your spirit.
I would. Oh my fucking god. Well, hello, my one inspiration. I'm gonna roll you first because why not? That's a +2, and now for the whole roll. I have no fleetings. I have no things to add on to this. Oh boy. 12, 14, 16.
16, that's really good. As she steps away, you ask that, and for a moment, let me change things up really quick because something just went down. For a moment, you ask that, and you almost feel like a pain go through you for a second, like a shock go through you. As she does seem to stop. What did you say?
I was just trying to be polite and asking your name.
She looks back to you. She seems to, at that point, almost like forget about the drink that she had put down, and you see her drop the orange before she claps her hands around both of your cheeks. She seems to like turn your head, looking you up and down for a second.
What's wrong?
What? She steps back. Nothing. Sorry. Just checking. I thought I saw something on you. Spider. My name's Taki. Don't forget, okay?
All right, Miss Taki.
She goes and seems to pick up the orange she dropped and seems to turn around the corner and head off from where you are.
That was weird. He just shakes his head for a moment, just like, all right then. Weird. He will go over here, and she's probably already long gone.
You go around the corner. You look down where you would think that she would go down the hall. She does not appear to be in the hall at all.
Huh. Did she just start sprinting? Hey, Shepos, did she just take off running or something?
Shepos, again, not taking his eyes off of where Vega is. The one who came with you?
Yeah, I know you're watching him.
I have not seen anyone go by.
You
Is she
didn't
not
even
with
hear?
you?
She's... Huh. She was here a second ago. I figured if she were here, she would have started running for some reason. You didn't hear her run or anything?
Mm-hmm. Shakes head. As he goes to Shake's head, you see Vega immediately sprints and then he just gets pushed back. Like as soon as the head looked as if it's getting turned, just gets pushed back. I could kill you, but you won't. Ah.
Huh. What about you, Vega? Did you hear her start running or something?
No, nothing happened. Anything that could have distracted this thing, I would have taken advantage of.
Huh. Okay, then, have a good time, wash up, there's soap and everything in there.
They probably were just very quiet.
That's a really long hallway, though. If she were being quiet, then she would have...
Look,
All
there's
right,
no way that I would have missed anything. Ah! He goes to run again. Ah! Ah!
Alright, then you have fun, you two. I'm just gonna go back up. That was so weird.
You make your way
Where
away.
did she go?
Do you want to go back to the other room?
Sure. He'll go back to that, just check up on them.
You step into the other area. You see that she has just made her way back to where the others are. She seems to be giving them some things to do, and you see that she's holding on to that jug of water for them.
Cool. He will leave them be.
Okay.
You just wanted to make sure that she actually did come back, because it's like, we don't need her to be just, you know, checking out our dungeons or anything.
Everything seems fine.
Yeah. Maybe later he'll ask about that. It feels very odd to ask after that happened immediately, you know?
Marco, you make your way away. You start making your way back upstairs, as you do. With Ronan and Gallon going into different rooms up ahead, Polo waiting to take some measurements, and Gorthos coming back from where he is going to have made his the weapon that he has made. I think we're going to be ending things off there for the night. As we end things with that strange incident that seemed to have just happened.
That's fine. She's just a ninja.
Whatever, you know.
Carpenter's a ninja.
Yeah, obviously.
Obviously.
That's exactly what that is.
He's like, Carpenter's a ninja. What? Carpenter's a ninja.
Man, I can't
You
believe.
cocked a gun. Yeah, fucking ninjas, get them out of here.
Man, you ask a girl a name and suddenly it's the end of the world.
I will tell you this, Emerald, and maybe this will increase your intrigue or not. The others I wouldn't have said asked for their name.
Oh.
If the others would have said anything like, what's your name to her, I wouldn't have even brought anything up.
Hooray!
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it, you fucking weirdo. You fucking weird Marco boy.
I'm just a curse boy. It's fine.
Strange lad.
Curse boy doing what the curse boys do.
But yeah, we'll see.
I'm just all curse juice.
We'll see if anything goes down. We'll see if anything goes forward with anything there. But yeah, we'll see how things start to go on next time with everybody basically coming up with the actual just laid out fucking straightforward plan. We're gonna do the two things in this place that we want to do. Fuck everything else. We'll deal with that later if it's still a problem. And we're gonna go and talk to some fucking demons on a mountain. Now that we
I
have
love
the-
how Castle Town just does not want to be a pit stop. It just doesn't.
We're
want
making
to be a pit stop. It wants to make it. It wants to be its own season again.
It's like, hey guys,
The blood shall not commence without my inclusion.
Hey guys, don't you like it in Castletown? Don't you want to be in Castletown arc again?
Bye.
Guys, come back.
You're as needy as my mace was. God.
Quick, Ronan, do the
Castle
dude.
Town.
Do the dude. You get us the fuck out of here.
The fucking
Hang on,
whistle
I gotta
sound
drop
from
my
fucking
dagger.
Mario 3 happens. It's not the whistle
Hang
sound,
on.
but yeah.
You're teleporting us out? Okay, I used my curse juice on my glass dagger to make the hellfire thing rain across the entire city, burning it to the ground. Let's go.
Oh,
I like what American Jake put out. One day you'll get out of Castletown, and the day after that we'll learn what Galen's third class is.
I am not gonna wait any longer to make the cards. I know what Galen's third class is going to be, and I've been waiting to give you guys that until we get that. But what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna make them all. I'm gonna show them all to each of you, including Galen, because Galen knows what his fucking class is. And by the time we get the thing that I want to have happen with Galen, we will reveal his there. But we will have everybody's things in the room next week. Whether or not we'll show them next week is a completely different story. But everybody, all of the players will know of them next week. At that point, all of the players would have seen their new abilities and such.
Neat.
But yeah, with that being said, my dudes, we got a new frickin' bow. We got a bunch of new fruits. We got a Nimbus freaking passed out in the fucking garden.
I messaged FOMO and I was just like, I've done it. Nimbus is dead. And they were just like, what?
Nimbus is fucking dead.
I hope y'all don't mind that I used up a lot of our fruits and stuff that we weren't using.
It's okay. We have a lot here in the fruit locker. It's okay.
And we're gonna get more by the we're gonna get so much more by the time we get more here. And
it's okay. Polo's going to create. I can't remember the name of that dude that like freaking crossbred a bunch of peas for like experiments and shit. But she's gonna freaking create some fruit abominations. I'm gonna create the square melons.
Oh god. Sell them fucking like 50 times their price.
The white strawberries that taste like pineapple.
Hey Polo, I have a new recipe for you.
What?
You go and teach Polo your fucking extremely sweet juice.
Margo, this is just sugar and water.
There are 2 fruits in it.
Yeah, you put exactly 2.
And the sweet vine and the fruity vine. Thank you very much.
Those 2 fruit are floating in there, all right.
Listen. You don't understand.
You have to chop up the fruit so that they'll properly infuse. Did you just throw them in there?
You just see as you're making it, Nimbus walks by, takes a drink. This is the greatest thing I've ever tasted.
Nimbus just thinks everything involving fruit is the greatest thing ever.
Listen, Polo, we can get a free sauna and a free bathroom amenities if we keep giving this to her.
We already had a free
sauna. It was just there.
No, like a proper sauna without water everywhere. Like an actual wooden one.
Oh, sauna. Oh,
sauna.
I don't know why I thought you meant a hot tub when we already have one.
No, a sauna. A sweat locker. For our fruit locker. The salty sweet locker.
I love that right now, Shefos is taking advantage of Vega because he knows Vega won't hurt anybody here because he doesn't want to make Polo sad. So it's just like,
I love it.
I'm technically stronger than you, even if you can kill me. You let me the fuck out, you dog.
So, question: was the door just here as we walked by, or was it just gone? Or
no, it's a slidey door.
It's a slidey door, so nobody knows what.
That's why there's a handle there and a handle there. You slide it out or slide it in.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's just a solid, no bars door.
Yep, it is a metal door. People will see the door, but it is a sliding door.
Does it have a lock?
You can lock it.
Cool.
Vega's just that one phase that teenagers go to, mostly teenage boys that are like, I don't have to take a bath.
Listen,
I don't have to
I don't have
to practice basic hygiene.
I've been in a constant power struggle with my brother for hundreds of years. I learned how to combat him. You're taking it away from me.
You're stripping me of my power. It's literally going down the drain.
You want him to be king, don't you?
Just freaking, as Marco passes by the thing, a sheep and a wolf are yelling at each other.
I love that. That's why he stopped and just admired what was going on.
You let me the fuck out so I can kill you. Even though I won't, because Polo likes you.
Is he like naked in the bath, or is his clothes okay?
The only thing that's on him is his fucking is his cloak, because that can't be taken off of him by Chefos.
Yeah, no, only he can take it off. It has to be taken off with full consent.
Well, it can be taken off in other ways, but Chefos does not have the ability to force that off of him.
No, the cloak stays on during sex.
Chefos does not have the ability to force that off of him. Chefos is, I will say this, Chefos is all around weaker than Vega, but Chefos technically is stronger than Vega. He has a higher physique stat than Vega does. So right now, because Vega doesn't want to kill any of them, he is technically able to manhandle Vega.
I just imagine he grabs him like a fucking log and just holds him over his head. It's just like, let's go.
You let me the fuck down, you dog!
Listen,
Man.
I don't know if I don't know if demons in this game have like full demon forms where it's like, I don't know if he's just a giant sheep, but that'd be funny. His Marco wags by and there's actually just a giant sheep in the bath.
My God.
Stretch.
I mean, this is apparently a demon corpse, so I mean,
Yeah,
maybe.
well, demons are different.
Yeah.
But who knows? He might have a big sheepy form. I don't know, actually. I really don't know.
Who knows? Who
I
knows?
don't know.
We're gonna turn this fucking altar room into fucking Gorthos's bedroom, though. That's gonna be fun.
Yeah. Also getting a sauna and like segmented areas for privacy and stuff. Hell yeah.
Pimp my chapel.
You guys are learning how to bribe a carpenter to fucking make you guys whatever the fuck you want. You know, it's right.
I mean, listen. When weird
like,
stuff
hey,
is happening with her as well.
Hey, we could really use some more bedroom slides over more of the drink.
Do you want access to our orange tree? We've already given someone access to our banana tree.
I will die for you.
What your parents, Sheikah, like?
I don't know what you're talking about. Shut the fuck up. Who knows what's going on with her?
Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm going to go be obsessed with fruit and ninja all over your house.
Ninja all over your house. They're fruit ninjas.
I'm going to financially enslave the Sheikah race.
You just fucking eventually just like
Jesus Christ.
You just eventually just go to the Sheikah. It's like, I want all of you to move to the north. You're becoming our subjects in the demon realms.
I have fruit.
That's a good point. Got a good point. Yeah, got a good point.
I was not expecting this little misadventure with Marco and getting a drink just arbitrarily like, oh, you like sweet things? I'm not a cook. Let's la-di-da-di-da. And then I happened onto a side quest.
Oh my god, they're like, why should we go with you? I have toppled your mightiest hero. Goes to Nimbus with a fucking banana coma. I have fallen your strongest hero.
So much potassium.
Your mightiest warrior has fallen to my nana.
Oh man, Nimbus just can't take the mighty banana.
Well, he shoved like freaking...
I think Nimbus is the best to take the mighty banana.
Again, if Polo only said leave a couple, that means that the rest were his. He was like, so all this is mine. And he Donkey Konged it up in that fucking tree.
Donkey Kong. Well, actually, he mentioned earlier it's a bush. He's like, I've never seen bananas growing out of a bush before.
I keep saying tree because I just imagine everything's on a tree.
Oh, definitely.
Like in the Digimon game, everything was in a tree. The meat tree.
Especially the fucking meat. I love the meat trees in Digimon. Now just take the shape of the meat from those meat trees, turn it into a rock, and there we go. That's what the Goron eat.
So wait, if the Goron eat rock meat, are they like cannibalizing their dead?
No, because they're not rock people. They're just
rock
like
people.
rocks. Marco, that's racist.
Are they not rocks?
No, they're just. Are worms dirt?
No.
Worms eat dirt. Worms eat dirt.
Oh, wait, you're saying that Gorons are worms?
No, kind
No,
of.
it's a metaphor.
Who knows what anything is? Let's be honest. Stretch.
Not bad for my first real weapon.
Yeah, dude. You
Yeah.
fucking took care of it. I'm sorry that I couldn't let you use enchanting a little bit better. Again, you are more of a blacksmith than you are an enchanter. But again,
you-
these blessings can easily be used for stuff like that.
Yeah. If I use upgrade on my enchanting part of my crafting card.
Right now, the biggest thing with it is whenever we had gone through things, like blacksmithing is about making things, like making the weapons, making things like that. If you aren't a blacksmith, then you can't make things of a higher tier, basically. So that's where blacksmithing comes in. Blacksmithing makes better weapons, but enchanting makes better like things on those weapons. Basically back whenever I first made this system, back when I first made the crafter as a class, you could take it multiple times. And that was how you could make just big ass fucking crazy weapons. Like you would have both of them. But since I've redone it and since I've reestablished it a bit, you are no longer able to be as good at enchanting as you are with blacksmithing. You have to be, you are focused on blacksmithing. But you can have dabbling in other things, like you have dabbling in enchanting and wood crafting here.
I see.
Yeah, you'll still be
I
able to do
gotcha.
stuff much later on with your blacksmithing, depending on how much you want to go further into that, as opposed to your two other classes you have. I do like how you immediately just fucking went like, bleh.
Yeah.
Swords.
I will. Yeah, I mean, two-handed weapons. I can hold a two-handed weapon in one hand, essentially, which applies to every single two-handed weapon.
Just imagine you're just in the fucking Kokiri body and you just have fucking your staff in one hand and you have a fucking Bigoron sword in the other.
Square up, bitch.
And to anybody that doesn't know you, they just hear a little girl saying that to them.
It's a tiny.
Square up, bitch.
That's pretty funny.
But yeah, let's go ahead and end things off here. We'll decide different things afterwards. We're going to end the recording. I hope everybody enjoyed themselves. We enjoyed ourselves. Any questions? Hopefully, next week we'll come back to this. We're doing good so far. Maybe we'll actually have an entire fucking full week of games. That'd be great. It hasn't happened in quite a bit. So hopefully we'll see you guys on Wednesday. With that being said, until next time, later days.
Bye-bye.
No, blah, blah.
The recording is now over. Let's see if we have anybody to throw people at. Blah, 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 blah. Looking over on the Twitch. Do you guys have anybody, or are we gonna send them over to some more Great Ace Attorney from Net19 Official?
No, that I can see here.
Heck yeah, let's send them over to some more Great Ace Attorney.
Yeah.
Yay.
Gonna send you guys over to Net19 Official, over with the Cutie Cult, playing some more heckin' Great Ace Attorney, Spencer, Aaron, and Kieri, with their cute little reactive images. I love them so much. /raid. Hiya. We're going to send you guys over to them. Hope you guys enjoyed yourselves here. And again, next week, we'll hopefully get into more stuff. We'll see if we can show off some of the abilities. That might be pretty fun. We'll see if we can finally get the Gallons thing. Who the fuck knows? And we'll try our best to figure out more things going forward. Again, thank you guys for the generous donations today as well. Yeah, until next time, later days.
Bye-bye.
Bye.